There we go. Oh, hi Robert. And how have you been? Hi Extremo. I've just spent hours um, making a point and arguing with those Xbox ambassadors and the technical staff at Microsoft. And there's a serious issue with some kind of software bug they have. They won't read any discs. Well, any discs on the Xbox X Series unless you already have a digital version of it. Now, the problem with that is if you had a digital version, well, you know, the disc is useless. So I've got several discs. The only two I think, so, stuff like Civilization, New Vegas, Oblivion, and that. I don't have digital version for Fallout 3 or New Vegas, so they won't work. I have digital versions for some other games, and the discs will work. So they basically pushed me from one person to another for about 3 hours, and eventually they sent me to the Microsoft staff, and they were even worse. Kept asking me the same things over and over again. Stupid things like, delete your profile, do stuff like that, which was already done, which will now take me days to fix back my profile. So more wasted time. But I was talking to this guy, and he said, no, I told him, I said, no, I said, the issue is definitely, it's too targeted. It's not playing discs that I don't have two versions of. So it's not the console, you know what I mean, because there's other games playing, and it's not the discs. You know what I mean? It's something on your side. Well, he said, you were telling me, he said, your game is perfect and flawless. Listen to this, you're not going to believe it. He said, go online and sell your game and then buy the digital version from us. That's when I lost it. I said, I never envisioned, I said, buying a game. I said, and having to become a salesman for you. I said, to play it. I said, this is not about money. I said, it's about principle. Yeah? He told me to sell my game and buy one from him. This is Microsoft help. Yeah? I was polite. I was very diplomatic. I started laughing at him and I said, you know what I mean? Come on, for God's sake. And then he used the old thing, oh, well, it's a disc, it's nothing got to do with us. Pester Todd and the crew. Yeah? Yeah, he told me to become a shopkeeper, to get a second job, to buy from Bethesda, or from Microsoft, because they did spend 8.5 billion for BGS, and I might be able to get some little bit back. Crazy, isn't it? Yeah, it told me to sell the game on a website and then send him the money. Do you know how much they want for Fallout 3? It's older than I am. You can't buy it as a Game of the Year edition. You have to buy the base game and the DLCs. Almost $40. I am not giving $40 for a game that's older than me, and I already have a version of it. But no one, I feel like giving up. Oh, I'm sure somebody's out there, Terry. Yeah, wanted me to do a little bit of wheeling and dealing for him. Well, there you go, guys. That's corporations. If you contact support, they'll play around with you for a few hours. Usually 99% of people will just give up then. But I hung on. I wanted to see how far this would go. So they eventually sent me to the Microsoft staff. The ambassadors did. And then when they got fed up, obviously they shut me down. That's how they do it, Now, if I said I had a downloaded version, he would still say the same thing. You know what I mean? Of the stress. Well, as I said, you need to buck yourself in, or something like that. If you think it's too much, you need to speak with them. That's absolute corporate. And they keep getting money. And as I said, it's not about the money. But how many times must I buy games from these people to play them? This is why I'm sick, guys, of Xbox. There's no problem on console, on PC. You know, they're not as toxic. Not sure about the help, but like I could buy that game and the DLCs for about €5 or €6, because that's all it's worth. You buy it on Xbox, it's nearly $40, and it doesn't work, and then they tell you to sell it and buy another one from them. You know. Mm. Oh, I haven't been gone too long, Jerry. Just a couple of days. Yeah, but I am in a really nasty mood because of this. Yeah, sell my game and buy one from him. You see, apparently his problem was I bought that game and Microsoft didn't own it, so you know, can't have that. So no Fallout 3, no Oblivion, New Vegas, and unless I'm getting it dirt cheap on a downloaded version, I'm not going to let them pull another one over on me. I still have a DLC Ragnarok, guys. I didn't play from Valhalla, and the sooner I get a PC, I keep saying it, the better. Um, I still have that playthrough to finish on The Witcher and Skyrim, and I still have that Skyrim Khajiit playthrough coming up as well. But I'm going crazy playing the same games. And I haven't played Fallout 3, and I checked it on my Xbox the last time I got the achievements, let's say on a new profile. It's been 6 years since I played. So I've never loaded up that disc on the so-called next-gen Xbox X series. So it's a problem, I'd say, with the X series. Even though it has the disc holder, it's not recognizing the discs. But if you have a digital version, yeah, it will leave you go dead because they've already, scammed you for as much as they can. Oh, hi Trey, and how have you been? I know, I know kind of how you feel, Terry. And the problem is with mental health. Um, we are almost 100% in control of that, 99% in control. It's good. It's nice to reach out for help, if you need it. But you need to be active yourself in, calming down and kind of chilling out, because mental health issues is something that other people cannot fix. You know what I mean? They can help you and support you in that, but ultimately, it's up to you, to do it. And it's not going to work otherwise. It's absolutely brutal, Extremo. Yeah. Yeah, what they'll shoot you with is that spam they do. Delete your profile, so you'll spend countless hours trying to find passwords to fit everything back and probably lose half of your information. And then they'll tell you about the hard reset on the console and all of this stuff. And that's it. Yeah, the stuff we already know. And when that runs out, then that's it. They'll try and blame it on everything. And then they'll use one of two things. They will say it's, the games company or something else, but they'll never take responsibility for anything. Mm. Absolutely, Extremo. Yeah. With no luck. What do you mean luck? Mm. Yeah. I've known people with serious problems and they bounce back, but they've been active in working towards it, Terry. As I said to you, um, the problem with stress and whatever the case may be, if you dwell in it all the time, it will never go away. It will just get worse. You literally have to ignore stress. You know, you literally have to ignore it. Well, to a healthy degree. Like, I was carried out of my house in a stretcher with a heart attack. I thought it was over. And I complained for a little bit, and then I said I'm still alive and look on the bright side. Mm. But that's still not too bad. You're alive, you're breathing. There's still a lot you can get from life. You know what I mean? But I'd love to be your age again, Terry, to be honest. But if you want something, you've got to go for it. You've got to grab it. You've got to work towards it. You know. Um, Being inside can probably be a problem as well. But yeah, hobbies, something to do. Pets, whatever the case may be. You have your gaming, and just like me. So the problem, we're kind of different when it comes to gaming. You're into the online thing, so you're really pushing yourself right in there. And I've explained this to you before, Terry. You meet some horrible people online. You know, when I do gaming, I prefer to do a kind of solo kind of thing, just to give my mind a break. A little bit of a vacation from worry or stress. You know, but in your position, meeting people that, let's say, might be a bit toxic might just make your condition worse. So it, the online thing is probably doing more damage than good. The gaming is good because it distracts you, but if you're meeting people and they're a bit iffy. Hmm. Oh, he's been moved. Oh, I see. Right, let's go, guys. This is getting boring on this, but what can I do? We'll have to. We'll do it. We'll do it next week when we start. I'll dig into the other settlements here, and I'll look around for some new games. But guys, Xbox is absolutely hopeless. The range of games they have, it's horrible. I think Starfield put the nail in the coffin for Xbox for me, to be honest. You know, there's tons of stuff I want to play on PC. Ah well. Oh, Mark is well able to take care of himself. Terry, as I said to you before, you should prioritize your own needs. You've got to sort yourself out before you can, help other people. You know, that is getting pretty iffy in the UK. I've been watching some media, Terry. Is it as bad as it looks, or is it just media, you know, kind of showing the flashpoints and saying it's all like this? There've been some worrying developments. Like when Rowan Atkinson has something to say, you know, well, that it's pretty much hit the fan. Yeah, it is. It absolutely is. Oh, Rex, you go asleep. Good dog. Now, okay, let's do a bit of this and we'll see if we can take our mind off it. So what we'll do is on my Tuesday stream, we'll start off the Valhalla DLC. That should keep us going for a while. But it's hopeless, guys, on Xbox. Especially when you have a problem and you get that kind of, aggression. But imagine that, you know, asking for some help because I pretty much knew the problem. It's probably the software on the Xbox X series. It might be a common bug, or it just might be a very, very usual kind of bug. But when it reads a disc, it goes by the digital version. If you haven't got the digital version, it won't allow you to play the disc. It's as simple as that. And if they said, yeah, it's a bug and we can't fix it, I'd say, okay, no problem. Now that would be enough. I wouldn't ask them to replace it because I know they wouldn't. But just tell me the truth, and not to gaslight everything. And then tell me to become a salesman to buy more stuff from them. I'd say it must have been a call centre, guys. Mm. Oh, why, thank you, Terry. Ozzy Osbourne. The bat eater, yeah? Ozzy. Ozzy is a character, all right. His wife used to do that, the voice, that TV singing talent thing. I think his daughter did a bit of singing as well. Yeah, Sharon. Is it Sharon Osbourne? Yeah, I'm familiar with Ozzy. Okay, guys. I did a lot of work on this. You wouldn't believe the amount of work it is to get these weapons. No duplicates whatsoever, so it's taking time. So, what we could do is we could do one run of Nuka World, which would take about a half an hour, I'd say. Then we'll head to Sunshine and we'll fix them up. But I promise next week we will start that DLC. It'll be some fresh content. It's just I was looking forward to Fallout 3. Now, I wanted to relent and give them their $40, but I'm definitely taking advantage of. I might still relent yet, but it's terrible when you've got no consumer protection on things like this, and you've got to suffer that kind of abuse. Oh, Rex, he's actually quite sick now. Yeah, he's got a nasty gash on his muzzle because he's been scratching it and he won't leave it alone. I cannot get him to wear a cone, so I'm hoping that it will heal. If he leaves it alone, it might. But I'm pretty worried about him, to be honest. Now, okay. Yeah, we'll sell this junk we have here anyway. Now, guys, we still have Valheim. It's not the questing kind of thing. But we'll see. Yeah. He's usually not like that, and he's pretty old now. He is what, 12? Yeah. It was a slight swelling, and he just kept picking at it, and now it's a huge gash.
A shotgun's great insurance against raiders.
I've got a few minutes to browse.
Something.
Okay. Alright, we'll go for that. And of course, we'll take that. Screws are the thing we really need. I've been doing a ton of fix-up. It took me, no joking, it took about 8 hours to sort out the stuff. To make sure I had no duplicates, and then changing stuff for the stuff in Sanctuary. Would you believe it or not, I think I've got every single version of the Western, that lever action rifle. Yeah, I think I've got every version of that. I got, 12, I think, about 18 different types. I don't think I've ever gone to this kind of trouble, let's say, to collect them. There we go. Let's dump that in, we'll save, and then we'll get out of here. They want a dog. Yeah, he's much cuter than that. It's just a bad photograph of him. Yeah, he doesn't like, the flash from the phone. But he is the most well-mannered dog I ever had. He loves everyone and everything. He's not wicked or, kind of nasty to anyone. Wouldn't be a great guard dog, but absolutely lovable. Toby is a lot different. He's more aggressive. Yeah, they are pretty fluffy. Yeah, once they're shaved down, there's not much to them, to be honest. But they're extremely hard to take care of, because every summer they lose their entire coat on a second coat. And you would fill, no problem, you would fill, a black refuse sack, with hairballs and stuff. So we're constantly hoovering up and, using machines to try and get the hair up. But it's worth it because he's a good friend, Definitely if you've got some kind of respiratory problem like asthma, though you couldn't be keeping pets, especially Pomeranians. There we go, guys. We're all ready to go. Yeah, they're all different versions of lever action. So 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, sorry, 14, 16. Okay, I've only 16. I think I've got, oh, 16. Oh, yeah, I've got 18. Two of them here. I don't think there's any other versions left. Yeah, he does. The plasma rifles are not too bad because you can make the rifles and then you can cut them down into pistols, or vice versa. So they're versatile enough. The same with the laser weapons. You could either do the rifle, the sniper rifle, and of course the pistol. These have been rare enough now, to be honest. But the rarest was the Zeta gun. I moved forward them down to Century. And that's my entire collection of pipe pistols. Rifles, pistols does make a difference because again you can, make them whatever. Same with that. That's basically a rifle as well. It's just what kind of version you pick up. Right. Okay. Let's go. No problem. No problem. Right, let's have a look here. But yeah, it's been interesting doing this, but it's starting to get a little bit old. That's a pity because it's been 6 years since I've played Fallout 3. Now I looked around for a cheaper version because I think $40 is a bit much, seeing as I already paid for it. There was one for $20, but the problem was the region. It was a kind of Game of the Year edition, but they will not sell Game of the Year edition on the Microsoft Store. You've got to buy each piece individually, makes it really expensive. Is that just in Europe, guys, or in, let's say, Microsoft Store in the US? It's probably you could, but I couldn't buy that because I would have to change the region on my Xbox to do so, and that's against Microsoft terms to do that. To buy a game from another region, you can actually get your account banned for that, and it's definitely not worth it. I think the problem is, and I think it's pretty toxic. Let's say if you buy a game, so let's say it's $90 in the US. Well, when you buy it here in Europe, it's €90. Even though €90 is worth what, maybe $95, $100. So Microsoft pocket the difference. Now, if you're in another country, let's say like Canada, where their currency wouldn't be as strong as the dollar, the same doesn't apply. They won't get that for 90 Canadian dollars. They'll have to, give more money to the equivalent, let's say, of 90 US dollars. But on our side, when we're paying more, €90, they don't let us pay less to make up $90. We pay over and above. So I think this really is the region thing. They're afraid that well, I could give, let's say, 90 Canadian dollars for it, so it would only be costing me maybe about €60 or whatever the case may be. So it's definitely a scam. Of course, they don't mind if your currency is paying them too much; they'll accept it gladly. But they have a problem if your currency is not as strong as the dollar. So yeah, it's I don't know. Apparently, it must be legal. I suppose you set the terms. Well, I think it's pretty unfair and pretty toxic. But don't ask me why I wasted 5 hours today arguing with those people. But I pretty much knew where it was going. But to be honest, it caught me by surprise when the guy told me to sell my game and buy his. Now, it was worth it for that, to be honest. Just for that alone. So you can forget about discs with Xbox now, because even if you have the so-called X series that takes discs. Anyway, in the future they're not going to be making anything that holds discs, which means they'll get to sell a ton more games again for probably the umpteenth time. Now, we kill him because he's got a legendary, obviously. And we see if it's anything interesting. But picking up these legendaries like this, you see what I mean? This is really brutal junk that I've been picking up. All our armor. But I haven't got time to keep reloading, so we'll just push on. I think what we'll do is, on the next stream, guys, we'll start that Valhalla DLC. Because I don't think we can put up with this much longer. Although we do a bit of building in a moment, I'd say.
Hmm?
What? Shit, you're still...
And I think in my own time I'll fix up that display area. Yeah?
Hey. Whoa, you win.
But I do know something. Eventually, these companies that, act that way towards their customers, these gaming companies, including Microsoft, and the developers as well, they definitely need to be put in their place. Because it's going to get much, much worse before it gets better. I think it's time for a regulation to step in. But I think I draw the line when they want me to pimp second-hand games for them, I think that's a pretty inappropriate suggestion, I think. Probably, Terry. Oh, hi Phoenix, and how have you been? Yeah, I was telling them, Terry, on Xbox Help, after 3 hours they eventually put me on to some so-called Microsoft tax. I know the problem is on their side, that it won't let me play any discs unless I have the digital version as well. So why would you need the disc then? But they tried every kind of stupid thing, and to humour them, I did it to no avail. And then this guy suggested that I go online and sell my game and then buy his digital version. I thought that was very, very inappropriate. I never imagined, when I bought the game to actually play it, I would have to become a salesman for Microsoft. I thought that was very, very unprofessional comment. But I knew they had no intention of helping me or fixing my problem. They're just there to wear you down and to smooth things over if they can. Okay, we'll give a save here. But I'm kind of sick of grinding the legendaries from here. It's gotten to the stage now where they're not coming up as often. Typical, isn't it? The engine, after the longer you play, the more it breaks down. But I was averaging about 6 legendaries on these spawn points, 6 or 8. Now it's gone down to more like 2. I've been mostly firing them from my guys. Okay. He's going down anyway, isn't he? Yeah, I don't need to be seen doing this either. And these guys after me for the next few days. Yeah. Just like a real car, the more you drive it, the more the engine breaks down. I've noticed that. First time I noticed that, let's say, when you really start to put the hours in Oblivion, Phoenix, the more issues, the more problems, the more bugs will arise. If you were the kind of player who went in and did the quests, really, really quick, kind of like a speed run, yeah, you'd probably get away, But the longer the game goes down, it definitely it falls apart. The longer it goes on. I don't know. I should have been playing on PC years ago, guys. I don't know why I keep sticking with Xbox.
He was weak, but not me.
Oh, look at that! A ghost rifle. Yeah, and that's a Deadeye one as well. That is a nice find. Okay, we might have to be a little bit more brutal now to get that. So. Looks like we have to kill all these guys. Well, 4 of them. There. Now we should get away with it. Well, not my fault. That's a nice find. It's been a long time since I got, where is that guy anyway? Oh, come on, surely he's not... You kidding me? There he is. That's a nice find. Deadeye is extremely rare in this game, but to get a Deadeye ghost rifle, that's something alright. I definitely have a spot for that one. Probably, Terry. Okay. Still doesn't sit well with me, to be honest, going with the Raiders, but we did say we'd do something different. Okay. Not bad. 2 locations, 2 legendaries. Now, I wonder if these guys... No. Yeah, we can drop our junk off here, I'd say. Yeah, we'll stick with this for a while, grabbing a few weapons. Why not? The problem is I've gotten so many, I'm starting to come across a lot of duplicates. We'll put the legendaries in here for the time being. All of them improved. Hang on, we'll take the junk off that. There we go. It's about a mid-range one, sturdy. There. Okay. Are any of these guys open yet? I wonder how close we are. Let me see. Okay, we might be able to wait it out here. Oh, hang on, no, I'll tell you what I'll do. We'll save here, we'll sell this at the market. Get that out of the way. Oh, okay. I'll see, maybe it's not too long to wait. I don't want a stupid settlement attacks coming up. Oh, hang on, guys. Now, this rarely spawns here. We have action over here. Yeah, this rarely spawns. Oh yeah, they're here, alright. Okay, let's kill them. This used to be a regular spawn that I visited, but it stopped spawning. Well,
I was just getting.
they're having fun anyway. No legendaries, but well, not even one. What about the guys they killed? 0. Okay, there's usually 3 anyway. We've gutted 1. Okay, I don't see the other guys. Hardly worth about, there might have been a legendary. No, can't find the other bodies. Stupid game. Oh, here it is too. Nah, that's it. Nothing here. Right, let's get rid of this junk. There's a great spot here in that house across the way. They dried up pretty quick. Mm-hmm. Ah, I see. You should see the Minutemen attacks on this settlement. It's pathetic. Alright, let's wait for the vendors. Get it over with. 2 hours should do it. Yeah?
Hey,
Don't worry. I won't judge you if you're buying.
let's see what you've got.
If I
Yeah,
don't have
we'll
it,
start.
you don't need it.
We'll just do this one run. There's just a couple of more locations. We'll go straight to, what's it called again? Sunshine Tidings. Yeah, we'll fix it up. Hate rad storms in this game. They're so stupid. Absolutely.
Hey there.
Buy yourself a drink? I know you got the caps.
I'll take a look. Sure.
Just
Oh,
don't
I've got the caps, all right. Let's see. You got nothing interesting. Okay.
Looking to make a mess of someone? You've come to the right place.
I've got a few minutes to browse.
All the best.
There's one thing I don't think I've been playing this game a long time, but I don't think I've ever actively seeked as many, let's say, legendary weapons and pieces of armor. You know, yeah, it's been kind of interesting fixing up home plate like that. It's kind of giving meaning to it. But by doing that, you kind of, well, on this playthrough, you can kind of tell the kind of drops and how it works. But yeah, definitely, the drops get less and less as the game goes on, apparently. You can actually scum save, to help you out if you're looking for certain pieces on areas that you know there's going to be a legendary spawn. I've only found one, and there's actually guaranteed two, and sometimes three spawns in one tiny area. And it's that little spot beside Fire Harbour. We'll check it again in a minute, I'll show you, but it's awesome. Okay. Now we're done with those two. Right. Okay, we just need to finish one more vendor and then we're off. There's only 3 or 4, I think, spawn points left. Now we'll get out of here, we do a bit of building. Yeah, I used to do entire streams of building anyway, so
Hey there.
how bad could
Looking
it be?
for something new to wear?
Oh, you were streaming on TikTok. Oh, cool. It doesn't bother me. I'm used to, chatting with people on phone, and I'm probably a bit better in person, to be honest. If I was using a camera, I suppose for a while it would feel a little bit strange. But yeah, you get used to it, But I'm the kind of person, I'm comfortable in a crowd or comfortable by myself for any period of time. It doesn't really bother me that much, and I think that's what it is. If you don't really care, you know what I mean. It doesn't bother you.
Let's see what you have.
Just don't waste my time.
Doesn't bother me, to be honest. I prefer not to be, but yeah, I can mingle, I suppose, as well as the next guy, But you have to be able to adapt, But no, it's never. But then, all my career I was doing work where I had to, chat with customers and, see what they needed and, accommodate them that way. And yeah, so, I'm pretty used to it, But I can understand, if someone was uncomfortable in a crowd or whatever. But yeah, once you're pushed in there, you get used to it pretty quick, The Scottish guy, the last thing I remember was you weren't feeling well. Oh. But remember what I've always said to you, Terry. To dwell on your problems too much is always a mistake. Keeping them fresh all the time. I'm not saying to absolutely ignore them, but, give your mind a little bit of a break from it sometime. Oh, I see. Well, that's good, Terry. It never bodes well to dwell too much on something. Yeah, I don't mind a grind of collecting, to be honest. I think I'm one of the very, very few. But I definitely have an attention span of more... Whoops! There goes my cigarette. I definitely have an attention span of more than a minute. What's the attention span on TikTok, Terry? 30 seconds, isn't it? Oh. They run those little kind of shorts, isn't it? Like for less than a minute or something. But Google the average attention span on the likes of YouTube and especially TikTok. TikTok is it's famous for those kind of short clip things, isn't it? I think so. TikTok would have all the stats anyway. So the more those really short videos, get more views, the more you'll see, and it just kind of snowballs like that. Very friendly. Live stream. Oh yeah, no, I'm just talking about people viewing in general to TikTok, not the live streaming. I didn't even know they did live streaming on TikTok, to be honest. So tell me, can you like live stream games and stuff? And what's the viewers like? Are they strange? An hour ago, cool. That's it, we're all ready, guys. We got rid of our junk. And we've hit 2 spots with 2 legendaries. There was a time when I was getting 2 legendaries for every spot, but okay. This is about a spawn chance of maybe 1 in 10. The other ones are better, like 1 in 3. Let's have a look, we'll make it lucky. No. Okay, we'll kill them anyway, because we're horrible. I'll kill them to clean the spawn area. We'll get a little bit of XP as well, why not? Next time the spawns will be a better shot. It's really not worth reloading and trying it again because spawn ratio here for legendaries is not great. However... Oh, what's this? Oh, there he is. The one coming up has a good chance. It's usually a deathclaw. There we go. I've given up on VATs since the update. VATs are really rubbish. They were never great, but they're really, really bad now. Point blank, you can miss like 6 times in a row. It's ridiculous. Can I try to give Phoenix... yeah, sure. Be my guest, or you don't even have to ask. You can post your link. Sure. You don't even have to ask, Terry. You're a friend, and friends don't have to ask stuff like that. It's a given. Now... Yeah, there's just a spot here, but... I've yet to pick up a legendary, so I usually ignore it. But we'll stop by anyway, because we have... Yeah, see what I mean? We have nothing better to do. 2 here, or 1 here and 2 on the roadway. They always seem to travel in trees, unless they're attacking some certain building, and then it's like 5. But a really horrible chance of a spawn here. And they take forever to respawn. Oh, look at this guy. Hello. Oh, why not? Give us something to do. I'll look around later for any interesting spawn points. But if you're kind of farming legendary weapons to a massive degree, you have to pick your spots. Let's say how quick it takes to clear, and the chances of a legendary appearing. So you're better off, to be honest, in the long term, to avoid a few spots. But I think on my third playthrough I did this, and oh my god, that was a long time ago. That would have been about 6 months after release, I think. And it's a pity about Fallout 3. I might still relent and buy it, but it's really going to be a bitter pill to swallow, to give them, almost $40 for a game I already have because of their bugs. I've got to buy it again on a different platform, digital platform. But they're really making it impossible now, guys, to play the discs. They're really, squeezing now. And you know what that means, if everything is download, and you don't have the disc, eventually when they shut down those servers, those games are gone forever, and that's a pity, But there's more money. You see, if you have a disc, okay, you're finished with it. You can give it to your friend. He can play it. So that's one less sale for them. Like, eventually, on average, I suppose every disc, maybe 4 to 5 people would use it. So I can see where they're going with that. You get a digital download version, unless somebody's on your home Xbox. Only you're playing it. So I think it's very calculated. TikTok. I remember, is it still that way, Terry, when TikTok started, was basically 15-year-olds taking selfies? The one where they're sitting in the bathroom, they've got the phone up and they've got the mirror behind them and they do the pose. Kids, huh? Yeah, it's starting to get a bit cold again. Another reason I'm saving here, so if I don't find a legendary on the spot, I might give it another shot. Got a window behind me and there's a bit of a breeze coming in. I might shut it in a moment. Last thing I need is some kind of lung infection or pneumonia. Oh, he's down there, alright. And that's a full respawn here, which doesn't happen too much. So, let's see our friend left. Oh, this is useless. Okay. Well, I'm such a high level with so many perks. I'm pretty much unstoppable. Okay. Mr. Red Scorpion. Uh-oh. Yeah, you want some? Kinda miss New Vegas. These guys weren't such a pushover. Probably guaranteed to get no legendaries here. Small chance on these guys, we'll see. Ton of stuff to sell, but what good is that? It's not like we're... Oh! That's nice. Now that's a nice find. Yeah, I was looking for a few laser rifles. This, I will either have to make this probably a sniper rifle, or... Yeah, there's 3 different versions you could do with this, so... you could take 3 of these. That's nice. That's cool. And I found that if you get or bring a certain type of weapon when you're doing these spawn points, it triples the chances of finding a similar weapon. Don't know if it's coincidence, but that's what I find. It's like, if you're trying to look for a certain thing in Skyrim, or you're after something, you're going shopping. If you already have one in your menu, you're more likely to find it. Okay. We need to clear this area back here, and then we'll go to the shed across the way. But that's two nice weapons. Okay, we might have to stay here for a while, guys, because this little run now is on a kind of... Oh, come on. A laser weapon run. Usually you come here, you start to get a lot of armor, then it's a lot of hand weapons. Now it seems to be laser weapons. That's something I could do with a ton more of those guys. Especially the ghost rifles. By mods, yeah? Get back to work. Now, this is a bug here. Dara was perfectly fine when I left her here. There is a small possibility of being killed by that idiot up there. But every time I landed there, I made sure she was safe. And then I just came back one day and she was there dead. So it's the drop dead buggy thing. Pretty common. Now, I've looted her about a dozen times. I'm getting this pay suit and that junk every time. So there's another bug here. And it's called a reset bug. I'll show you what I mean. Do you remember those things we collected to turn on the power in Nuka World, those little circuit boards? Well, basically, I collected every one. But there's one here that spawns back. But do not touch it, because as far as I know,
Glad that's over.
it will get stuck in your memory as, in your menu as a quest item. But it's not a bad backup, let's say, if, you know, maybe one of the pieces get bugged out, but I've never had to use it, to be honest. I did make the mistake of grabbing it one day and just leaving it in my menu thinking I could dump it, but no. It just appears as a quest item. Sometimes it can happen too in Far Harbor.
Sweet.
You get some mylark shell or something for that sailor woman, and you need to get 5 or 6. But if you pick up, let's say you need 5 and you get 10, so you kind of hand in the quest and whatever, and you know it takes the 5 out. The other 5 is left in your menu. No way of dropping it or selling it because it's a quest item and it's pretty heavy. Doesn't happen all the time, but it can happen. It happened to me a few times. So usually when I'm asked to collect X amount of things, I'll just collect exactly that amount and hand them in before I get a chance picking up any more.
Yes.
There we go. We'll only have to clear this place once. It takes forever to respawn. Bye bye. Hey, there's another guy down there. But they're not very powerful. You're kidding me. Bye bye. The texture bug is still kind of creeping in here and there, but I did find a fix for it. Hey. Where did that little idiot go? Like, how do you shoot someone in front of you and then they scoot between your legs? It doesn't matter. There he is. Right, that's cleared. I'm currently playing Fallout 4, going for the Minutemen ending. Nice! And using the Minutemen Nuka World Takeover mod, along with some others. Nice. I decided on this playthrough, Joseph, is it? To go with the Raiders from Nuka World. Very rarely do I do that. And the only mods I'm playing with are the unofficial patch. And I've been using Place Anywhere for a bit to help me with fencing on the settlement building. I've many hours on this game, and the only way I can kind of tolerate it now is, you know, with a bit of building. There's only so many times you can do a quest, you know. So I'm assuming it's not your first playthrough, Joseph. I think it was last year or a year before. I had one playthrough on this. It eventually bugged out. and we had to delete it and start another playthrough. But I was mostly doing settlement building. I was using some mods on that one, like Snappy House Kit, SOE, USO, that kind of stuff. Nothing that would really help me, let's say, building up the settlements and that. But, just extra pieces and stuff and stuff to build with. But that save was over 2,000 hours long. That was just one playthrough. I know, madness, but nothing better to do. Being retired. But what I'm doing here is I've fixed up Sentry, if you wish to see it. I fixed up 3 of the 8 raider settlements I need, and I'm working on the 4th. But what's been taking my time, and I don't think I've actually done this before in this game to this extent, is I'm going all out to get, well, as much as I can, every version of every weapon, and I've been storing them on display at home plate. You're stealing the mod, no problem. Yeah, because basically once you're using mods on Fallout, you've had a good few playthroughs, No, we're not interested in that. Right, this is the other spawn point down here, and the reason I do this in Nuka World is it has an extremely quick respawn. I would start from here. There's a spot here, then I would hit that. Then, well, oh, that one is, we'll hit that in a minute, guys. You might get a few exo parts. Now, there used to be a spot there and there, but they dried up pretty quickly. So it's been a bit buggy around Nuka World on that sow. That's too much. Good spot here as well for picking up legendaries. Here, exactly where I am. There's a kind of shed about there. That's a good spot. And then we go here, and there's another one here. And when you try here, you can kind of backtrack here, and you've got about a 1 in 3 chance of something appearing again. So if you're going to collect as much as you can as fast as you can, you'd be using those points where you can be in and out quickly with a reasonably high chance of a legendary spawning. Yeah, or the ballistics. I found with Fallout 4, if you're using any of the weapon or mod kind of stuff, it can bug out a lot of other mods, if you're into building and other stuff. But I remember tons of people would come on, let's say, when I was playing with the mods, and they would be having problems with certain things. The first thing I'd asked if they'd have a weapons or armor overhaul, and they said it would, and I said, okay, cut that out of your list and see how it goes. And about 90% of them had fixed the issue. It affects a lot. Anything that let's say changes, spawning weapons on NPCs across the board can be pretty touch and go. But yeah, they're pretty fun. And if you just want that, and you're not into the other ones, and yeah, no problem. Yeah, you're lucky. You're lucky. But I've often used mods that were very compatible. Let's say on Skyrim, Joseph, the better bodies and skin mod. I forget, it's SS something it's called. I'm on Xbox, so it's limited enough. I got that, and the same guy had another mod, let's say, for fixing skin and hair, which looked pretty good. So I used that, and they were the only 2 mods I was using. But after a while, I noticed when I would go to Whiterun, do you know that elf guy that you kill during the Brotherhood quest in that stall? He would drop dead when I walked out the door of the shop. NPCs were dropping dead like mad, and they were purple and they had green spots. Yeah, we were having fun about it. We were calling it the purple plague, and they were the only 2 mods that I was using. Pretty strange. So sometimes, you can be unlucky, but every time you play with mods, you're running the risk of something happening. What is your favourite dog meat mod? I never bring followers. It's a habit, Joseph, I picked up in New Vegas because of them dying. I've always gone solo. The only time I would tolerate followers is when I'm getting their affinity and their perk, but I've pretty much gotten all of them in this one. Yeah, the Purple Plague. I don't think you were around for that. That was a fun playthrough. But that was before FGS had his accident. Yeah. But obviously, it was those two mods that were done by the same guy. I think it was called SSBE Bodies or something. And then he did another mod to fix the skin in there. It looked actually quite good, But I wouldn't chance a lot of mods on any BGS game on console. I kind of pretty much prefer the kind of vanilla version. But, as I said before, Joseph, when you're sick of playing a game, you need to change it up a bit. But when I do migrate to PC, I'll get something decent and, some kind of package to do some nice package things to change it just to give it a bit more life again, Good night, everyone. Much love. No problem. No problem, Terry. And thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest and a great day. Take care, Terry. Bye. This is another interesting spot. It improves the chances down here if there's crickets, strangely enough. Boo! Okay. Oh, there's one. There's one. Now that's not bad, but it's junk. But at least it's heavy. I can use that. I can use that. That's not the greatest part. I would say 1 in 20 chance, I'd say. So that was a nice pickup. If I'm going for the armor, guys, I might go all out for the heavy armor, you know that. Now at this high level I am, it seems to be spawning much more. Yeah, okay, there's a half a chance that I'm getting another legendary here. But not too bad so far. We're pretty much picking up one in every spawn spot. The backpack, yeah, that's quite good. I've seen some nice stuff, but if you're talking about, let's say, vanilla, there's not much you can do with dog meat. There's some of the dog armor, he looks horrible in that. But in mods there was some nice stuff. I would usually give him the ballistic weave armor and stuff like that. Yeah, but I've never been much into weapons and armor, Joseph, in Fallout. Because I think we only have 2 gigabytes, which is ridiculous. There's 5 in Skyrim, and even that's not enough. So I would 100% have building mods instead. But every time I play, let's say I would max out, on that. But we do need at least 5 gigabytes, But there it is. There's another guy. Oh, it's rubbish, but still. I hate it when they give me leather armor. Another thing that messed up on this, no legendary helmets, except a few you can buy. Kind of one-off, but I thought that was a real mess up. It would have been cool collecting the helmets. But I have noticed since the update, you're much more likely to get combat armor helmets on gunners. I thought it was just me, and I asked a friend of mine, and he said he kind of noticed the same. Always, I don't know why they spawn that idiot out there. Just slows down the whole thing. I keep the food and cook it when I've got 1,000 or something in the back of the home plate. In my own time kind of thing. So no rush for that. And obviously the best way, let's say, to make money, XP and all of that stuff at one time it's by far the vegetable starch farming. Now you won't make money as quickly as let's say the water barn thing, but you don't get the bugs, and of course, you know, money becomes useless pretty quickly in this game. But I still got close to 3 mil. Why would you want money? I don't even have to fear these guys. They're a joke. That's one thing about Todd's games, they're not really hard, are they? You know, once you put the time in, get your perks out, you're pretty much unstoppable. But even when you max out in New Vegas, you know, you're still under threat from a pack of dead claws. Yeah, you can die pretty quickly. Not on this. Very, very easy to do a permadeath on this. But a no-hit permadeath, now that's a different story. That is a different story. Skyrim, pretty much the same. I've tons of playthroughs where I wasn't even killed once without even trying. You know, not playing permadeath. Unless you do something stupid, you know. But it's usually falling or something like that once you get to a certain level. Oh, sorry, hang on. We gotta save here. We gotta hit that other spot. But we're not doing bad. We're collecting a lot of legendaries. Now, after this little run, I've got to do that, land there, sell to that guy, try that spot, then backtrack to here. Then straight over here, we'll hit that one last time, sell the junk here. We'll go back to home plate, I'll drop off this junk, and we'll do a bit at Sunshine Tidings. I'm about halfway through fixing that one up. I want it all done before I bring the raiders in, because my charisma level is pretty high, so, you know, it kind of maxes out at 21 settlers. There's no way to control it. And they come in pretty quickly. So, you know, trying to build it up with that many around it's bad. So there's just 2 settlers there now. So we'll give them the push later, let's say, when we raid that spot. Cool to go. Also my favourite. Oh, sorry, I missed that, Joseph. And thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it. Dog meat's backpack. Yeah, that would be handy. But what really put me off of followers was definitely New Vegas. You know, they were pretty soft. Very easily killed.
Back again.
Anyway, you know, the Wastelander perk, it's pretty awesome. You know, 25% on a lot more carrying weight. Way better than a follower.
You here to trade?
I'll take a look, sure.
Here's what we got.
Okay. That was quick. It's usually a dead claw. But they might mess me about and bring in some Brahmin or gazelles, and then that's a wasted spot. Oh, this is a good run, guys. We might stay here for a while. I'm getting an unusual amount of legendaries from this one. Ah, he's fighting something as well. He is one tough mother, isn't he? Once you lose that sneak attack, and that weapon, like, it's very oh, texture bug is setting in. You see it, guys? Oh, it's gone now. It's good. Hey. Alright, we'll collect that. With a bit of luck we might find one of these guys as well, but I doubt it. Hey. Oh, stupid rats. No. The problem with this spawn point is sometimes they glitch through the map, you'll lose one or two of them. We've lost the guy with the tape. Yeah, he wouldn't have been carrying a weapon anyway. Oh, there's a lot of guys here, isn't there? Oh, that's rubbish, but what can we do? More interested in the weapons now at this stage. But we're doing quite good. Okay, now loading or saving doesn't make a difference, so I'm not going to change what's down here. We're too close to this, so let's have a look and we'll see what's down here. Before we kill these guys, before we go. Hey now. Yeah? Okay, we might as well finish them properly. Dead end, dead end, dead end, dead end, dead end. The Pink Panther team. I couldn't resist that one. Bad joke. Oh my. Add a reference might be a bit old for you guys, but there is a reference. For the old guys anyway. There we go. There. That's nice and clean, so I'll make room for a decent spawn. Right. Alright, where is that road? Where? Yeah, I knew that we were going to get the Brahmins eventually. Idiots. The micro freezing, that's Todd's famous next gen update, so not much we can do about that one. I've yet to see BGS actually touch this game and do something with it that does not make it much worse. Defies logic. Okay, right. Now, the only games I'm after some Daddy-O. I think I need 5 more and I'm done. Comics was pretty kind of scarce, and I just collect 20 and then I'm done really. Got a thing for collecting. But it's a drug that it's pretty rare and you can't craft it. You gotta much, find it or buy it. It's very, very rare. Okay. Excuse me. It's pretty warm here, so I've been drinking lots. Okay.
The boss comes calling.
Let's see what you have.
You got it, boss.
Although, there's... No, that's chemist, so that's easy enough. Let you do that quest. But strangely enough, the kind of collecting thing, it can be pretty relaxing. From my perspective, anyway, playing it. There.
Gotta keep stocked up on supplies.
Sure. Sure. Let's take a look.
Right away, boss.
There's any certain junk I want from this lady. She hasn't got it anyway. Oh, I do need aluminum, oil, and screws. I'm fixing up a lot of weapons. That's the one thing, you know, as much as I have, I kind of running a little low on. Just a tad. She doesn't have much anyway, but I'll grab it now. There. Okay. Okay, let's see. Yeah, that's good enough. I'll keep the change. I'm nodding and I'm not generous.
A little off.
Let's see what you have.
All right.
Uh-huh.
I don't want to collect too many 308 rounds, but... Oh, I want that. They're kind of cool. Got a ton of those. Find some use for them. I've been collecting certain things in case... I'll keep the save in case I come in and I want to fix up the other settlements. You know, it's nice to have it here. Yeah, I'm gonna go the whole hog on this. Let's take up there. Yeah, that would do. Yeah. Oh, she's not there. There's just 2 more spots here we need before we can get back to Red Rock. It is kind of done in a circle. Oh, hang on. We're better off not saving here. Let me show you. If you kind of travel here, and let's say the kind of distance you need for these guys to spawn is just when you cross over a wall. So you can kind of scum save and, or save scum or whatever it's called, and get a different outcome. So your sound, let's say, to just save here. But the second you go through that gap there in the wall, these guys will spawn in. On the bridge. Just up there. Oh, nice. Let's go kill them. They're enemies and one. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of legendaries on this one, guys. I might stay here for a little while. I don't think we'll get an opportunity like this again for a while. The legendaries have been kind of flowing in. See what I mean about VATS? Why it's an absolute waste of space. Absolute waste of space. Six shots and one guy took 1 bullet. That is a bad percentage. A 1 in 6. Oh sugar, there he is. It's brutal, but at least it's a heavy piece of armor. Might be able to make use of that. Could be worse. We get to the stage anyway, we're going to be hunting down the armor, so it'll give us a bit of a head start, I suppose. With a bit of luck we might get another one here, but I doubt it. No, I think we burned them out. Either way, our success rate was pretty good. Yeah. Thanks for the donation. Oh. Yeah, we got a lot of selling stuff for this. I suppose I could leave it behind, but
God, I hope there's a bounty on you.
where's the fun on that? Oh, there is. That's cool. There's another one. What have we got? Nice. I'm not sure if I have one of those. We'll check when we get back. I think now is the time to capitalize on this good run we're getting. Until it cools down a bit.
Leave a beautiful corpse, or in your case, just a corpse.
It usually happens when you're out at the DLC for a while. Well, you kind of over farm it. You know, like it's very bad for picking up legendaries. Or at least it seems that way. That's not bad. 2 legendaries, 1 location. Or even a bit above our target. Now, this is an interesting spot down here. It's my favourite because there's not much running to it. Pretty much land on a roof and just mow everyone inside. Gets a bit dodgy when there's only scavengers here, but we'll see. Next spot after this is Red Rocket. Here, you just jump down. Oh, these guys. Bullet sponges. I'd be surprised if we'll pick up a legendary here. Very hard to get a legendary from these idiots. They're just legendary dum-dums. So what have we got? Disciples, probably, yeah. Okay. Now, if these guys don't have a legendary, which they don't, we'll just try this a time or two, just to improve our chances. Oh, sugar. I'll have to take it now. I tried to load it and did it wrong. That was stupid. Okay, we wasted a spot. That's a pity. It doesn't matter. As I said, it respawns pretty quick. Buttons keep sticking on Xbox. I don't know why I tolerate the console, to be honest. I'm starting to get old. That's a pity. Yeah. Oh yeah, this guy. This is interesting. Now, the only thing I want from the EXO to completely finish the power armor shed is just a right arm from an XO1. Yeah, just a right arm. But the guy on the power armor out there is a little bit bugged. He's out of the power armor and basically sleeping and walking around, so there's been no spawns on that. But look at that idiot Assaultron. There's been no armor spawning on it for a while. And you won't get any legendaries up here. I think if you're, let's say if you came to this cell for the first time and you did find a legendary, I think, you know, when you keep coming back it greatly improves his chance of, you know, picking them up again. Maybe it's just my imagination, it just seems that way. Yeah, okay. Now, I mean, it takes absolutely ages for this place to respawn, so we won't be doing it anytime too soon again. Like, maybe 12 hours real time. So a silly amount of time. Now there's a guy with a nuke here. We'll have to take that guy out very shortly.
Last mistake.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, don't. No, it won't hit that. Fair enough. You die for that. There. Idiot. No, not that. Okay, that's not much damage, is it? Okay.
I have been programmed to efficiently terminate human
Really?
beings.
Let's see what you got. Okay. Oh, there he is.
Kilo, India, Lima, Lima.
Ah, Lima, Lima. Alright, how's that going for you, Lima? There we go. Where's that guy that I dropped? There he is. No. Hey. Where's that guy in the armor I just dropped? Like, there's pieces... Yeah, I literally shot him, he was like there. Could he have... No, he couldn't have fallen down. Oh, no! You stupid. I didn't know I could fall to there. Lucky I have high health. Sugar, this is going to take a while to get back. Hang on. There. It's lucky I am. Unbelievable. That was stupid. Well, it solved the mystery of where he went to anyway. There's one guy up here. This is the most important guy. The guy in the power armor suit. But it's more like frame now because he doesn't seem to be spawning into it anymore. It's way too easy to fall off this, you know. Even at a level 100, I'd probably not make it. Alright, let's finish this. Just one guy to kill. This is... Oh, it's even cleared now without killing him. Okay, Lima. Where is he? No. That idiot has not spawned anything on that bar. Oh, he has! Nice! I'll get my last piece. That's nice. It's spawned. It's been pretty buggy. Nice. Okay, I can get that thing in Century over and done with. We'll keep that one piece. I'm nearly sure it's a right arm I need. I'll check in a moment. That's cool. I need to get that guy. I don't want to damage that armor. Oh, you idiot. Perfect. Okay, I just need right arm. Okay, that was a successful little run. So we got everything here. Yes, lovely. We have the core, we have left arm, we have right arm. Perfect, we have torso. Now, I'm nearly sure it's right arm. I'm like 99% sure. I want to make sure I sell the right piece. That's nice. That will be that fully finished. Let's see. We can actually check. And it shouldn't take long. Really. When was my last save? Back in Century. Okay, I'll just do the home plate thing. We'll give it a quick check. I just want to be sure that I don't sell that piece. I've already sold the helmet by accident, but I was lucky enough to find one here again. But all I need is one more right arm, I think. I'm almost sure it's a right arm. Let me see. Right arm. I wonder how many updates Valheim got. But when I started that game, it was pretty cool. It was 21 gigabytes of space. Then because of the stupid X series, they cut that down to like 4 gigabytes, which is horrible. That's across all of your worlds and your character. Oh yeah, here it is down here. I want to make sure it's the right arm. Almost positive it is. They're all full except for this one thing here. This guy. So, we have helmet, left arm, left leg, right leg. Yeah, right arm. That's what we need, and then that's it. We're done. All done. Perfect. Alright, let's keep going with it. Now, let's stop off at... where is it? Red D Rocket. We're getting a ton of legendaries on this little run. Oh yeah. Get to sell some junk now as well. Okay, let's sell this junk before they close shop.
Nisha really only has one rule around here.
Now, didn't we do these guys already?
Hey,
If you're worried about added protection, let me ease those fears.
I'll take a look, sure.
If I don't have it,
Yeah, I did. Okay, let's
Not
check this
bad,
last
boss.
one here.
Keep it up.
Hey there.
And I may
We
I've got
ended
all
up with this
sorts
one.
of toys for all types of killing.
Let's see what you've got.
Only the best.
No, okay. So there's a fresh tree out here. I always do the 6 stores, pretty handy.
Stupid operators. Always learning the hard way. Should have cared more about their lives than their looks.
The only problem with Raider vendors is too
Hey.
much
From the
dialogue.
looks of it, you sure could
Takes
use
ages
something.
to buy something
I've
from
got
them.
a few minutes to browse.
Just don't waste my time.
There we go. Now this is what I'm looking for. This lady here. Oil, screws, and aluminum. In any form. That's it. Okay. Right, let's get rid of some of this junk. Ooh, fat man. Oh, that's expensive, isn't it? Yeah, I've no need for it. What's that one? 52 and 78. Yeah, okay, we'll go with that. Perfect. Now, that's good enough.
Things are boring as hell since Nisha made us team up. I ain't no fan of playing nice with others.
I think I only have one legendary. You know, those new grenade launcher rifles. Extremely rare.
Hey there.
Use
I think I got that
here.
back at Century. I got it pretty early in the game.
They're free.
Let's see what you have.
If I don't have it,
Oh my, okay. I'm yawning already. There it is, there. And there's only one vendor left, and then we're
So
high
we're on
and
your
dry.
good side, huh? That means you either like us or fear us.
Hey,
The best part of this job is... Let me see.
Oh no, we still have the market. I think did we clean them out last time?
What?
I know
Sure.
they take ages to
Let's see what you've
respawn
got.
their
Only
inventory.
the best.
Nothing there. Okay. I prefer getting rid of the weapons out of the way. Okay. 44, let's see. 14 and... Okay. Some of the stuff I actually want... 15. It's close enough. There, that's it guys. That's the best we can do. So, I'd say we hit a crosser with all the rest of the market. Let's get rid of this junk. Oh yeah, I've got a ton of stuff I want to put back. Yeah, the helmet, most definitely. I'm keeping all of the heavy combat armor. On the off chance I want to create a few armors, settlers. It's kind of fun. That will have to be done as well, won't it? Yeah. God, there's a lot of junk here. We might have to store it. What I'll say, right arm, isn't it? Yeah, the rest is junk. Yeah, we'll get rid of it and we'll move on. We'll store it up, we'll never sell. We'll have to find a good spot later to sell. That's a lot of junk. collected a lot of junk, didn't we? That's all sellable. Now... Yeah. Okay, I think we're on the ball now. There, that's everything, I think. Yeah, pretty much. Get rid of these. And let's see. So what have we done? Like 2 rounds of those, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not bad. 8. Not bad. Couple of interesting weapons there. Yeah, this is still keeping my interest for a bit. Oh, yeah, this is a good run, guys. There's legendary stuff showing up here, left, right, and centre. If we leave now, you know, it'd be hard to get this opportunity again. Oh, sugar, rat scorpion. Apparently. What have you got for me? Oh, it's not bad. Mid-range, sturdy. I prefer the heavy stuff. Now the rat scorpions, if they leave us alone. Ah, guys, please. Rex. One second, guys. There's something else to spook those dogs. Nah, I think it was something at the window, some kind of bird or something. Yeah, they're very jumpy, those dogs. Nah, that'll be okay. Yeah, well, nothing is sneaking up on me too fast. Anyway, come on, back to sleep. Come on. Now, I get a decent chance of spawn here. This is already set because we're too close to it. Package deal with these two. We got lucky before, but I doubt we'll be lucky again. We'll see. Oh, we are lucky. Nice. Yeah, this is a good run. It's been a while since I got a run like this where I'm getting so many of these. Hunting rifle. I need that. That might be a duplicate of a few I have. The best about those, you can make a sniper rifle or a hunting rifle, so you could use the same legendary twice. Oh, it might be a duplicate, we'll see. It's pointless going down here, but we'll give it a check. It doesn't respawn that quick. Yeah, you see what I mean? But you'll sometimes get a respawn on the bodies of those dead ones. Now here we can save because we can change the outcome of this one. What did I call it again? Save scumming. When I'm collecting stuff, I do a lot of save scumming. Yeah, let me get something to drink. But all's fair in war and games, I suppose. Oh, hi Zach. It's been a while, alright. And how have you been? What have you been up to? We've been killing some time in Fallout 4. I wanted to play Fallout 3 and I have it on disc, but it's been 6 years since I played. I played it last, I think, on Xbox One. When I loaded into my so-called next-gen Xbox Series X console, it wouldn't load. Didn't even give me an error message. But when I tried my other games, strangely enough, all the discs that I had a digital version of as well, they played. But all the discs that didn't have a digital version would not play. Pretty strange. But I went on to Xbox support. They pulled me off on some ambassadors for about 3 hours, telling me to do the same thing over and over again. They eventually got fed up with me. And I got through to the techs from Microsoft. And they, of course, tried to push me through the whole thing again. But eventually, you know, I was explaining to the guy and I said, you know, the game is flawless. I said, you know, absolutely flawless. You know what he suggested to me, and you're never going to believe it. I thought it was the most unprofessional thing I've ever heard. Oh, hi, young. And how have you been? Well, I hope. Oh, that's cool. New job. Pretty busy. Well, that's good. It's nice to keep busy, especially when you're young. Keeps you alive. Not too bad. Not too bad. Yeah, 2 grandkids keeping me busy. Had a serious blood pressure problem about 6 months ago. Was hospitalized for a week and now I've got to take medication for life. But I'm still here. Got very, very close to a major heart attack. But that's life, you know. I'm still here and I'm grateful for that. But it's nice to hear you're doing well, Zach. Yeah, so I was telling the guy this was the end of the road, you know, kind of thing for me. And I explained everything, so, you know, I did suggest to him that it was an issue on the software side, which it definitely is. And he said, well, you were telling me, you said your game is flawless. I said, it is. You're never going to believe this. He said, well, sell it on a website and then come back here and buy the digital download. This is where I lost it, and I was diplomatic, but I said, well, I said, oh my, I said, you know, the last thing I imagined, I said, was when I was buying a game, I said that I would actually have to be a salesman from Microsoft to play it. I said, I think that's maybe a step too far. How's that? Yeah, sell my game and buy his one. Then he said, oh, well, you know, it's a disc, there's nothing we can do. Still here, Zach. Yeah, still breathing. Oh, that's good to hear, Young. So what do you think of that, Young, for customer service with Xbox support? If your disc doesn't work because of their bugs, sell it and we will sell you a digital version. Yeah, so now I've got to be a wheeler dealer as well. I told them, I said, it's not about the money, it's about the principle. I already bought the game, it's their fault, and to replace the game on their crooked website, Xbox Store, is like $40 for a game that's older than I am. Because they're so mean, they won't sell the Game of the Year edition, which I might have been interested in if it was cheap enough. They force you to buy it individually. But you know what? I had nothing better to do. I literally held up these guys all day. They got really sick of me. But that's my only consolation, you know, that I put them into a lot of trouble. But I had to make my point, you know. But yeah, surprising, surprising. But it makes a good anecdote, you know. I could always tell that story again, and I suppose it was worth it for that. But I couldn't believe it. I was stunned when he told me to sell it on a website and then come back and buy his game. Oh, hi, Hufflepuff. Pretty good. And you? How have you been? But yeah, I was in touch, Hufflepuff, with the Microsoft so-called IT engineers, and they wanted me to sell Fallout games. And when I sell my Fallout discs, to come back and buy their digital versions. What do you think of that? I don't think they were offering me a job. What do you think? Yeah, I'm still stunned. Um, but I'll chalk it up to experience. I knew I was wasting my time, guys. But I wanted them to suffer a little bit of the frustration that I was suffering because I tried for 5 hours to load that stupid disc. And then they were speaking to me like I was 5 years old, that I've never, loaded one of the old backward compatible discs. I've done it probably more times than he's had out meals. Yeah. So what can you do? Oh, that's good to hear, Hufflepuff. Yeah. But basically, guys, never ever contact Microsoft support because they'll just spam out some stuff about, they got me to delete my profile. They said that would work. Took me 2 hours to get everything back, lost a lot of information, suffered with passwords, and it made no difference. And I kind of knew. But I still had to do it to prove a point, I suppose. I suppose I'm stubborn like that. No, that was never there. The old spiel they used was, well, that's a disc. Go pester Todd. Yeah, go pester Todd Howard. Yeah, that's the thing they used. But I know I was probably sent out to one of their little headquarters they have out of country. Those third-party guys, they're like hitmen, to kind of quash any kind of, Well, I didn't want a refund. No, to be honest, Zach, all I wanted them to say was, "We're sorry about this. It's probably, something on our side. We're doing the best we can. We'll eventually fix it." And I would have said, "Okay, no problem," and I would have left it on that. But they tried to gaslight me the whole way, For the bugs you found, yeah. But there you go. Yeah, I've been with Xbox since its very first day. And what I've learned about companies and being a loyal customer and giving them tons of money and being a good customer is they have zero respect for you. You're something they already have. You're an idiot. You do everything their way. They don't want you. You're okay. You're not a squeaky wheel. If you're a new customer, they'll be nice to you. A place where labour is cheap. Well, guys, stop it. Definitely not here then. Oh, absolutely greedy. You see, what they do is they'll source out this kind of customer service to other countries and to people who are experienced in brushing people off and not giving them refunds or not even giving them a decent explanation. But if they had said to me, it's most likely some kind of software problem that's kind of reading your discs as if they were digital, and that's what actually was happening. because I did a lot. Like I've been dealing with problems with Xbox for, well, since they came on the market. That's a long time. But my guess is there's some software problem. I don't know if it's widespread, but seeing as there was 2,500 complaints on exactly the same issue I have, I'd say it's widespread. That when you load up your disk, if you don't already have a digital version as well, it kind of reads it as a digital version, even though it will play the disk. Um, all of my discs that I already had 2 copies of digital version, they work perfectly. But anything I didn't have a digital version of wasn't working. So this was kind of obvious to me, and this is the only way I could kind of explain it in my head. But these guys were, trying to tell me that it's my disc, and they're trying to all of the silly stuff, the hard reset the console kind of thing, like one thing fits all. Oh, your Xbox is not working. Thump it. Yeah, give it 2 kicks. Yeah, and it'll be okay. That kind of thing. Yeah, hard resetting the console will fix some of the minor issues at times, because the console is a heap of junk. Well, it's not the console, it's the way they run the software on it. And clearing a cache on local save will help. Yeah, but not for this issue. This was a reading issue on their end. But isn't it funny that this bug they had, that they won't admit to, and I don't think that they would be too willing to fix it anytime too soon, because now anyone in my position with discs would have to buy the game again in download. And yeah, that's pretty sweet for them, isn't it? So yeah, you can forget about discs now, guys. Thing of the past. I had to help my friend set up the internet in a new place. He had to spend 4 hours on the phone with multiple people who didn't want to. Yeah, same thing here. Just to activate the modem. This happened to me, Zach. I had ordinary kind of 1G internet. It was pretty decent. But I did get a letter from my supplier, Vodafone, here in Ireland, and they offered me a pretty sweet deal to upgrade to 5G for the same price for 18 months. And they would do the wiring for free. And I wanted to do the wiring, but couldn't get anyone to do it because everyone is too lazy. Now, if I had my help back, I would do it myself, no problem. But every guy I brought in said it was too much like hard work. Disgusting, Oh, hi Wolf, and how are you? But anyway, I got this deal. I decided to go with it because they said they'd do the wiring, even though they did a kind of haphazard kind of job. But it was working for 6 hours and then it broke down. So I contacted customer support, same as you. They sent me out to some other guys, and they told me that, oh yeah, well, the problem is we haven't turned it on yet. You've got to wait for an engineer to come out. And I said, no, I said, you don't understand. The engineer, I said, was already here 6 hours ago. A Dutch guy, pretty nice. He actually lived pretty local as well. He was like a subcontractor or something for them. And I said, it's just broke down. No. So they tried to persuade me that it wasn't turned on when I was literally watching it for 6 hours. So I said, I think I know what the problem is. I said, either the modem has blown up and it's defective, or else it's the power lead and the modem is not getting power. I knew enough to know it was that. But no, they wouldn't have it anyway. So they sent me to another guy, and when he went on the line, it was pretty hard to hear. It was like he was calling from the other side of the world, because he was. And I didn't mention this, but I explained the problem, and I couldn't hear him properly. I said, excuse me, I said, just hang on a moment. I said, till I got outside, I said, to get better reception, I said, because I can't hear you very well. This comment actually triggered the guy. So he raised his pitch in voice, and he said, quite annoyingly, well, I don't know why this is happening, because I'm calling from London, he said, with an Indian accent. So I wanted to say stuff like, well, you're probably calling from Delhi, and you're working for these guys, and you're a third party, but I let it go. So he said, okay, he said, we're sending an engineer out, and yeah, we're doing this, we're doing that, and we're doing this, and it's going to be X amount. And I said, hang on. I said, that's not the contract I signed. They were giving me a different contract, twice as expensive, without the concessions they made me for being a new customer. But I said, I've got the contract here, I said. Do you wish to do it, I said, or will I go to someone else? Because I said, this is the contract I signed up for. Are you prepared to do it, I said, or shall I go somewhere else? Hang on, he said, let me talk to my manager, which was BS. So he went away for a moment off the phone, probably laughing to himself, and he came back, and you never believe, he said this, have I got a deal for you? Now, when you're calling customer support on an apparently reputable company, a guy coming up to you and telling you what kind of deals he has for you, like a really bad used car salesman or somebody working, in a kind of market stall or something, roll up, not a good sign. So then he blabbered on about this thing again. I said, I am not interested in this. Yeah, they always say that, which is boom. So I said, are you going to do this deal for me? And then he went away again and he said, hang on, let me speak to my manager. Then he came back with a different deal. I didn't mind because I had lots of time. But then he went away the third time and he came back. And he said, for customer purposes, he said, why will you not sign any of these deals? I said, because you're trying to scam me. I said, I've already signed a contract with Vodafone. You're trying to give me, I said, a different contract that's more expensive, and you're trying to give me stuff that I don't need or I don't want. Oh, it's not like that. I said, yes, I said, it is like that. So then he comes back and he gives me exactly the deal that was on the contract. I said, okay, I said, I don't mind. I said, but I've wasted, I said, a lot of your time. I've wasted a few hours of your time. If you had to come with this, and I'm paraphrasing a bit because I don't remember the exact conversation. I said you could have been, talking to other people, or I should have saying scamming other people. But that really put me off Vodafone. See, Vodafone rented this out to a third party, which probably rented it out again. This guy, I'd say, would have been some kind of scammer who was trying to go straight or something. But he was still a scammer. Once a scammer, always a scammer. So be very, very careful, with these guys. He literally tried to intimidate me, to kind of embarrass me or make me feel uncomfortable. So I'd sign a contract that I didn't want. But obviously he doesn't know me. But I love wasting these guys' time, It saves other people the aggravation, I suppose. Nothing better to do. Yeah. So how's your day been, Wolf? And what have you been up to? This is your week on the end off, isn't it? Cool. Anything planned, or are you just going to take it easy, watch some movies? Maybe go for a nice meal? That would be cool. But yeah, guys, never ever let anyone take advantage of you. They'll always use that trying to embarrass you in public, to kind of railroad you into something. Don't ever stand for it. It's not worth it. But I'm like that cranky old granddad on a rocking chair that has nothing better to do. If he thinks he's getting done over by someone, but to waste her time. I think it's the best way to be. No, never try to intimidate a croc. Especially if he's in a swimming pool. Well, I wouldn't say intimidation, but you know what I mean. To make you feel as uncomfortable as possible, and you just want to get this deal over with. And I'm sorry to say, about 90% of people would just sign any contract, just to relieve the stress, which I think is horrible. There should be a law against this, but there's not, There's not. But shady indeed. Oh, Oh, hang on, we saved here, didn't we? Yeah, we're going to hit that other guy. We're going to hit the other guy. Yes, that's what they were trying to do. They tried to sign me up for this kind of signal booster. I said I'm in a tiny house, guy. What would I want a signal booster for? And this was extra cost and extra rental. And then he tried to sign me up to an inferior contract. Like, as I told him, I said, guys, I didn't come to you, I said, begging for a deal. Your company, I said, sent me a letter saying, they'll give me this deal if I sign up. And then they kind of threatened that my normal fee was going to raise anyway, which I thought was pretty underhand, Yeah. Yeah, don't ever fall for it. Now, and that was okay. The guys never showed up because obviously it was already installed and on the books. So I contacted Vodafone again, and it got me through to the UK this time. I was talking to a very nice woman. I explained the situation. She was very sympathetic, very nice, and I told her, I said, look, I said, I know it's the modem. It's the modem, I said, or the power lead. So she said, we're very sorry about that. We'll send you a new modem as quickly as possible, and if that doesn't work, contact me again. So the new modem came in, and first of all I tried the power lead, and sure enough, when I put a new power lead in, it worked perfect, and that's all it was. And I have the other new modem somewhere else who'll use it as a backup. It's their responsibility here in the contract, I think, anyway, to keep me in modems. So I'll be off their back for a while. I'd say they're glad to see the back of me. Is accurate, yeah. I love it when they redirect to the backwards. Oh, playing to talk to some scam artist who barely speaks the language, but his name Chatter Mark. Yeah. Yeah, what was this guy's name? Oh my god, what was it? No, this had more of a European feel. Something like William or something. With a really, really strong Indian accent. I don't care where he's from. But let's be honest, guys. If you're signing up for some kind of deal and you're on a bad line and the guy is speaking with a kind of, heavy Indian accent, surely that's a red flag, I hate to sound that way, but, that's how it is. Yeah. But I'm not saying, they just do it from that country. They do it here. Everyone does it, But when it comes to, let's say, yeah, it is, and I hate to say it, but, English can do it, Irish can do it, US citizens can do it as well. But on the internet is almost dominated, let's say, by people with that accent. Yeah. Maybe there might be an odd one, but I highly doubt that his name was William. I think it was William or Will or something like that. Yeah. Yeah. It's corrupt. The police force, I would imagine, all police forces can be X amount corrupt. But when you're talking about a country where, it's the police force is not that transparent, and there's a lot of poverty, and you're gonna get this. This is basic. This is 101 stuff. Yeah. Not even close. No. I was going to say it, but what was the point? Oh, hi, Gazoo. Best view zone. Just no problem. I know you're only joking. How have you been? I've had people who have phoned me up. This guy phoned me up he said he was from South Africa. God knows where he was from. And he wanted me to invest in a vineyard. Yeah. He told me that any investment I do, I don't know where I think I would get the money because he must be getting my name from probably either the voting register or the jury register, more than likely. Probably I hacked into it. But he said any money I would invest, I would be guaranteed to quadruple it in 3 months. So I just said to him, I said, well, if it's so good, I said, why are you working on the phone? Why don't you do it? But that kind of ended the conversation. Silly stuff. And then my power company, which I think it was, phoned me up and wanted to put a wind turbine in my backyard for 27 grand. And I said, oh, hang on. First of all, I said, I haven't got 27 grand. And secondly, I said, I don't have room for a wind turbine. And I said, third and most important, I said, I live in an urban area. I said, I would never, ever get permission to put up a huge wind turbine. What were these guys thinking of? They tried scamming. Oh yeah, I really hate that. I absolutely despise that. Let me in on it. Yeah. And I had cybersecurity friend of mine get it on and burnt the whole lot. Yeah, that's the way to do it. But simple as that. If someone phoned you up trying to sell you stuff, don't care if they're legit. I've stopped people that, like, let's say Vodafone phoned me up about something. They asked me some questions. And I said, no. I said, it's not working. They said, what do you mean? You're a guy, I said, on the phone. I haven't got a clue who you are. What I will do, I said, is I'm going into town tomorrow. I'll go into my local Vodafone store and I'll do it from there. And he said, okay. He said, that's good enough. I said, you can understand my concerns. Yeah, but he kind of gaslighted it. But no, you could be speaking to anyone. So I went in and I did my little business there. I felt more comfortable, going into the store, obviously. The same way I got a website, I wanted to buy Fallout 3. And they're doing it a deal for €20. Now, it said Microsoft website, but this guy raised some red flags. But basically he asked me my name, so that was okay. He asked me where I was from, that was okay. Then he asked me, they wanted my password for my email, and I said, no way am I giving you my email, I said, for my password. I said, I don't even think I said this is a Microsoft website. Oh no, I can assure you you're on the right track. Well, I said, no offence, I said, but I've only got your word for it. I said, he wouldn't even verify who he was, and I said, I've been with Microsoft for decades. They have all my information, I said, which should be available to you. Why are you asking me my name, my address? I just gave him my name and my country, and that was it. I was out after that. So I said, it's best, I said, we don't continue this conversation. I said, no offence. I said, but, it's too iffy. Isn't that strange? To ask you such... No. It was some... I just don't trust the internet anymore, to be honest. Yeah, especially with credit cards and that, Oh, hi Scantron, and how have you been? Pretty good. And how's your day been? Let me get something to drink. No, I'm kind of paranoid, guys, to be honest. My credit card thing it's pretty safe as well, but it's just beside the point. If someone tries to charge to it, the bank will contact me on my phone, and I can authorize it or not. You know what I mean? But still, there's no way I'm letting those idiots and giving them sensitive information. A company would never ask you that kind of sensitive information. I've never heard of a company asking you for your password. That's stupid to give them that. Yes, you'd have to be. As the old saying goes, just because you're paranoid doesn't mean they're not out to get you. You know, they can be out to get you, and you can be paranoid as well. Mhm. Yeah, yeah. Same with buying stuff online. I absolutely hate it, Zach. I always get scammed, even at Amazon. I bought one of those air fryer thingies, and it wasn't too bad. It was like $60, but delivery was pretty steep. That blew up in my face in a week. Oh, okay, I said it was just unlucky. I bought another one, same type but a different brand. That lasted about 6 weeks and blew up. That was me done. I bought some games online one time. The company sent me the games in German and ran with the money. I bought what was supposed to be a Hugo Boss suit, which I think it was Hugo Gross. Um, it was made from some kind of army tent canvas, you know, like bulletproof material. And the pants was like 4 inches too short, and the coat would wrap around me maybe 3 times. It was um, it was hilarious, to be honest, and I just threw it in the bin. But every time I order from the internet, I get scammed, so I'm done with that. Mm. Oh, these were only small things, you know. I could have, from the websites, I could have reclaimed it. But what's the point? You know, you need to, um, you need to take this kind of stuff into account and use it as experience. Oh, just some soda, Zach. Just some soda. Yeah. I once had a random charge in a state I didn't live in. $500 from a gas station. That was a scam. What were they buying? $500 worth of jerry cans filled with diesel fuel. That was probably a credit card scam. I remember a system Scantron to use here. You know, if you went to a pass machine, some guy would have a little digital camera on it. But that got old pretty quick. But credit cards here now are pretty hard, to do that, because here, if you have a credit card and someone bought, I think it's over $20 or something. If they bought that much stuff on your card, you would get a notification to your phone to authorize it or not. The downside of this is you've got to bring your phone everywhere with you, so it can be pretty annoying. But the security is pretty good, from a Microsoft scam. Yeah, they're pretty common. It wouldn't have worked out. He'd never be able to install the remote desktop to control. Ah, I see. So our security on our PC was probably too good. But yeah, I'm familiar with these. Yeah, I'm familiar with these. Well, I have some old friends and their kids work in, security and stuff like that. And, we're often chatting. And then again, let's say, I've been around. I know what people are like. It's just, it's very, very easy to get a little bit of information from someone and then a little bit more over a period of time if you're a skilled scam artist without them realizing, and enough to piece together to do some damage. So they're very, very cagey. Yeah. The remote desktop would be, let's say, they would get a different screen and stuff like that, and they could be hacking into their account and, getting their passwords, and yeah, I'm familiar with that. Yeah. There's yeah, I know how scammers work. Yeah, I know. I actually knew some scammers in my day. Yeah, went to school with some who turned out to be scammers. And they're pretty sleazy people. The car company provider called me pretty quick. Yes, nice, to inform me of it. So there's that. But yeah, thieves are pretty crafty. They are. Even installing fake card scanners, correct? Yeah, in stores. Now, on rare occasions, there can be a guy on the inside in the store as well, kind of, getting copies. There's even a guy here that caught. Oh, I'm talking a long time ago, where he had something installed in the pass machine, and when you put in your card and use your card, it would get the information. He was literally in a van, and he could clone that card. Unbelievable, isn't it? And then, let's say, walk over and clean out your account from the machine and drive on to the next one. That was pretty cool. Yeah, those guys, but I'm talking back in the 90s, and that was pretty high tech, you know. But it's pretty sewn up now. Here, credit card fraud. But it's kind of awkward, you know, as a consumer. But still, probably worth it. Oh, hi, Slot. And how have you been? Man, I've been pretty good. And you? Yeah, just collecting a few legendaries here. Tried to play my Fallout 3 and Microsoft support trying to scam me. I held them up for 3 or 4 hours. The ambassadors, and they eventually, put me on to tech support from Microsoft. They tried to persuade me some issues, which I told them, let's just say it's not my first time playing an Xbox, and I've done all these procedures. I found that the issue was with the Xbox X Series, with mine at least, was a software problem on their side. The way it's working is it will only recognize game discs if I already have a digital version. So it's reading the discs like a digital version, if you know what I mean, before it'll allow me to play them. So that means half of my games cannot be played. So I was mostly complaining about Fallout 3, and listen to this. The guy said to me, well, he said, you're telling me your game is flawless. I said it is. Absolutely flawless. Just played it once, put it back in, it's like new. Well, he said, sell it on a website and then come back here and buy the digital version. And I typed in, I said, oh my, I said, never did I imagine when I was buying a game from Microsoft that I would actually have to become a salesman to actually play it. I said, it's not about the money, I said, it's about the principle. Yeah, but he didn't like that. But imagine that. Imagine that if you have a complaint about something, and the guys that are supposed to help you will tell you to sell that thing, and to come back and buy another one from them. Pretty unprofessional, pretty scummy. Yeah. That's still pretty old school, isn't it? Yeah, that's been here for ages. There's a thing here now called chip and pin, I think they call it. But basically, you've got that strip, you've got the PIN password, but also, I think if you buy anything above $20, your credit card provider will send you a notification on your phone, and only your phone, and you've got to authorize it from there. So for someone to scam you, they would need to have your card, your PIN code, and your phone, which is pretty good security. But it makes it a little more monotonous, let's say, when you're doing transactions. Yeah, because most of the stuff you're going to be using your card for will be over $20 or something like that. Magnetic stripe, swipe card reader, writer, encoder. Oh, you can buy the stuff to make this for just $143 on Amazon. Unbelievable, isn't it? Why would you even sell that stuff? Why would you even want it unless you were doing something shady? I suppose they would justify it as, if you had, card reader door locks, which, only companies would have in certain secure areas. And, it wouldn't be enough to justify, selling it from in bulk from that. So I think they pretty much know where they're going, to scammers. But I think I know what you mean. You can actually make your own kind of, yeah. Well, couldn't you, if you had the information, then couldn't you clone someone's credit card, I suppose? But yeah, I've had an interesting day. I literally wasted 6 hours with those guys. And another 2 trying to piece my accounts back together again because of the flawless advice they gave me. I knew it wouldn't work, and I knew I was going to be into a lot of hassle. But I felt like I had to do it to prove a point. I'm stubborn like that, I suppose. Hey, where is he anyway? There he is.
Excuse me.
You need something else?
Sure. Let's take a look.
Here's what we got.
What have we got? You want to take that? This guy never has anything interesting. As long as we can keep the weight down, we're not too bad. Oh, that's close. Yeah, that will do. Right. We're taking his money and we're taking his ammo. But now you see what I mean, guys, about, let's say, at a certain stage playing on Xbox. You've got all that hassle, the problems, the really bad help desk, and the miserable games they have now. And then the dodgy controllers that you're buying endlessly. I worked it out. You get yourself a good mid-range PC for the amount of expense, on just the hardware. And then if you're a guy that had a lot of games, or if you were buying a lot of games, what you'd save on Steam, you probably get your money back in a year or so, And then the other problems, with Xbox as well. It's just a mere toy now, I'm about 3,000 miles closer to Ireland now, Croc. I think I'm getting a better connection to the stream. It shouldn't matter that much. You're probably in a better server area. Depends, Maybe the servers there are not as loaded, not as stressed. So yeah, you're probably getting a better connection. But yeah, the distance shouldn't matter that much, let's say over the internet. Maybe a tiny bit, let's say, but definitely down to infrastructure more than distance, If you're in an area, let's say, take me for instance. I'm pretty close to an industrial estate, and there's a lot of high-profile. I'm close to an industrial estate, a lot of high-profile companies. So, to attract these companies, the infrastructure here would have to be, top-notch to get that kind of business and the jobs to the town. So they did the 5G, they did all of that stuff, to get these guys in. So I'm kind of benefiting from that because I'm so close to them, But if I move to the other side of the town, my connection might not be as good, Yeah. Oh, you could just be lucky. It's down to probably the quality and the load on the servers, and the infrastructure. Definitely the cabling, would make a lot of difference. Like, even if you're not having 5G, if the infrastructure was there for 5G, let's say, there'd be less of a degrade in quality from server to server, I suppose, and from the broadcast point of view. And then, let's say, when you get better internet, you can benefit from that. But even if you didn't, I could see a benefit from that. Yeah. And that's what it seems to me. I could be absolutely wrong, but unless, you're in the middle of India or the other side of the world, and even that wouldn't make much of a difference. But I think it's the infrastructure. Yeah. There would be probably a bit of a delay. There'd have to be, wouldn't there? Yeah, the infrastructure would be better. They'd have to support a lot of businesses and that. Yeah. But it's very, very good here, Zach, for infrastructure, for internet, It's a small country, so obviously that helps. Even villages now have, really great internet. And I've heard people saying here, and they live in states in the US, and they're still waiting for fiber and stuff like that to come in. They're still on basic broadband. And then let's say, they've only got one provider and they're kind of jacking up the price every 5 seconds, literally extorting them. But I suppose it's the sheer size of the country. That's the problem. Here we're pretty tiny. But the infrastructure is it's pretty good. There's nowhere that I could go, I think, no matter how remote, that I couldn't get internet and really decent cell phone service. But yeah, small area helps a lot. It would be a massive job to get that kind of coverage. I think cell phone coverage is 98% here. There's obviously some high mountains and stuff that might be a problem. But I think it's like 98%. And that I remember checking up on, and that was back, let's say, not long after the kind of cell phone revolution. It would have been, probably around the mid-90s. It's probably much better now. And then there's a lot of competition here, so, any internet providers who are below par would be pushed out pretty quickly. They would be eaten up by the competition, so they've all got to behave. Competition is good for the customer. Yeah. Well, we've had fiber here forever, and I think like 10 years ago, or no, hang on. Well, the 5G thing has been around ages as well, but I got it in about 2-3 years ago. Still on DSI, yeah. I get a really fantastic speed, but it's down to obviously the infrastructure and the internet I have as well. But I'm still kind of keeping an eye on them in case they kind of they call it strangle or choke, let's say, my internet. But lots of companies here are kind of shady. If you're on a certain package and you get that package and you check it out and everything is okay, they'll start to choke it down a bit, so you'll start to upgrade. But I think the fact that I'm on the 5G and you can't upgrade from 5G, there's no real reason for them to mess about with my internet to try and force me to pay more, because there's nothing higher than that. I suppose that's why as well. But I don't trust internet companies, to be honest. Yeah, why should I? I remember using a 300 baud modem. Delay before each letter. Oh my. I don't know much about the internet. I've only really dived into it, since my injury. I was more of a kind of a nature guy, I would have been more at home with a large beard, a lumberjack shirt, and an axe on a mountain kind of thing. Never bothered me that much. It's only very lately, I've really seen the benefit to it. You pay 600. Pay for 600 download and get 2. Yeah. Now they'll use excuses like, well, there's other people using it, or you're splitting it with Wi-Fi, but that shouldn't matter. They'll always use that. There's some scams on the internet saying that, you can get this little device and you'll add it onto your internet, and they can't do that, which is a scam. But all you got to do is regularly check your download speeds. Well, Wi-Fi is pretty bad, Yeah, I think maximum you can squeeze from Wi-Fi, no matter how powerful your internet is, I think it's like 100 gig, isn't it? No, 100 megabytes. Yeah, that's what I'm running my Fire Stick on. And the only reason I could do that is from my Fire Stick, I've got that little adapter thing you get from Amazon, where you can wire your Fire Stick directly to your modem. And that's what I've done, with a pretty decent lead. Because there's nothing worse than watching stuff and it buffering, Yes, of course it would vary a little bit. If let's say you'd be probably better off with off-peak, but if you're paying, I'm paying for 5G, and even at peak times, but it's a small enough town, and the reason we have the infrastructure set is because of the international companies here. But the least I've gotten is about about 4.5, 4.25 G. Yeah. So it would drop down maybe about 10, 12% max. But I've often got to up to about 99% of what they said. So if you average it out, I'm getting about 4.5 G at least, and that's easily twice more than I'd ever need. Yeah, depends on a few things: your connections, the leads you're using, the modem, how it's rigged up, that kind of stuff. And obviously, if you've got more than one person on or using different devices, that might affect it a bit, I suppose. Not sure if it's supposed to, but yeah, they'll give you the maximum that you should expect from it, and they will tell you that where you're living, will obviously will take a toll on it as well, for better or worse. But the second you get it in your internet in the first day, give it a speed test. They'll be on their best behavior then, so that will be probably your maximum. Yeah. Yes, it's a legal scam. Of course it is. Yeah. But it's a system that internet companies would use. Because if you're on a certain package and they want you to kind of upgrade to something more expensive, what they will do is they'll strangle your access a bit, So if you're paying, let's say, for 1G and they want you to upgrade to 5G, they'll kind of slim it down to probably half of that to cause you problems. And then you'll say, well, this internet is not good enough, let's upgrade, kind of thing. And yeah, you'll be surprising how many times it works. Yeah. What kind of playthrough? Well, I've done all of the quests, Zach. Literally. There's only one that, throttling, sorry. No, same difference. Throttling, strangling. Yeah. Only one quest wouldn't trigger for me, and that's Shipbreaker. But I've literally done everything. So what I'm doing now is I've fixed up Sentry. I'm on the 4th of the Raider settlements out of 8 to fix. And now I'm doing a kind of legendary weapon collection for a display I'm doing at a home plate. And I'll be going back there in a second, and I'll show you what we've done here. So basically just killing time on this. I was looking forward to playing Fallout 3, but I was kind of crushed when I got that Microsoft scam. But I might have to relent and pay them, but it's breaking my heart, and it's not for the money, I hate being taken advantage of, and that's literally what they're doing, And telling me to sell my game so I could buy theirs didn't really help the situation, I think. I thought that was uncalled for and very, very unprofessional. But I wouldn't bother complaining. What's the point? Yeah, principle. When you're getting scammed or you're being taken advantage of and you've got no choice, it's a horrible, horrible situation. Yeah. I already bought the stupid game, I shouldn't have to buy it again because of their problems. He had the power there, I would say, to either send me a digital download, at least at a reduced price. You know what I mean? Because everything that I've purchased from Microsoft and everything I've played, that's all on file. If he was Microsoft, which he must have been, I would imagine that they would keep detailed records, of every game you've ever played, And yeah, Fallout 3 on disc would come up quite a lot. Because I think I might have one of the DLCs on a digital download, I'm not sure. Well, that might have been an old account. Yeah, I'm not sure. I lost an account, so I had to buy everything again. I bought them originally, then I lost the account, I had to buy them all again. Then Skyrim wouldn't be backward compatible, I had to buy that again. Then I think I had to buy them all again for something else. and then I bought the discs, and now they want me to buy them again. So no, yeah, I've almost had it now at this stage. It's coming soon. Yeah, it's going to break my heart to do it, but I did pay for it, and yeah. But I don't. I can't see what they're going to do to make it interesting for me. To be honest, like even this old game that I've been playing too much on this playthrough, I'm having more fun on this than I am in Starfield. That's so horrible, isn't it? You know. Here's the fun thing I found out: if you kill to a nuke world, his clothes are the same stats. Yeah, because the assets have been reused time and time again. I'm not surprised. It's going to be hard for me, but the DLC is already bought and paid for. So, and I'm the kind of person, once I get a game, I have to 100% it. I will say. Yeah, I see. But Starfield is quite a mess. In my opinion, it's the worst thing they've ever done. But that's just my personal opinion. I'm sure there's plenty of people that like it. But I think I would be the majority, to be honest. Suffer. Oh my god, you will suffer as well. I'm literally doing this is more fun. How bad is that, guys? And now I'm at the stage where I'm stuck on the games I have, and they want me to buy them again, and I've seen the next games coming out for the next 2 years, on Xbox, and they're rubbish. Well, they're not rubbish, but they're not my type of games. So, no. And my time is, I think, almost up on Xbox. I think it's time Croc joined the Master Race. What do you think of that, Kazoo? Well, mine was a present, actually. My wife bought that with the DLC for me, you know. So, it's money from my household, so same difference. My money, anyway, to be honest. Raft, I've seen that, yeah. Yeah, I've seen that. It's interesting. You start off on a little raft, you got to collect all the junk and fix up the raft. I think I've seen that. This is why PC is much better, guys. I went to PC years ago and haven't looked back. I think it was a really good decision, Wolf. You saved yourself a lot of frustration. And initially, there's a lot more expense. But I think if you're any kind of gamer, let's say, that would play regularly, I think it would pay for itself in no time, you know. No, I haven't played. I've watched my sons play it time and time again. Yeah. And there was a bit of online content, I think, that might have put me off a little bit. But it's kind of like a kind of a fighting boss kind of game, I thought. Yeah. The kind of stuff I like would be the more kind of serene stuff where you could do this kind of thing. I'm very, very picky. Very stubborn. Yeah. Yeah. But it's nice when you buy something when you can justify it, where it can double up as part of your work. Yeah. Yeah, that's perfect. That's absolutely perfect. I don't mind how much I give for something if it helps with my work. Perfectly justifiable. But now it's got to the stage I'm not working anymore, and I've never really, how could I put this? Kind of treated myself, you know. I've always been kind of nose to the grindstone, you know, paying the bills and doing all of that. So the PC is not that expensive anyway, you know. You get a really decent one, I'd say, you know, especially even more so, let's say my son has some contacts, you know, you get a decent PC for maybe 2-3 grand, you know. And to be honest, I've spent more than that on my Xbox. You know, I've gone through 3 controllers at I think 180, 190 euros each in 8 months. My Xbox cost 500. I don't know how many times I had to buy the games over and over again for it. You know, and the same games are on Steam for probably 10% of the price. And I'm kind of suffering because the games are pretty trash. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that one, yeah. I've seen that one. Yeah, there was a guy making his little base, and it was a little bit like that survival game, wasn't it? Wait till around the holidays, you can get some good deals. Yeah. Oh yeah, you'd have to do something like that. But I like about 12 months ago, but it wasn't the time for me to pick up a PC. I didn't really have the room. I've done some moving since that. My son had a friend, and he needed to leave the country or do something. But he's a bit of a high roller as well. You know, that kind of a guy. You know, he drop a lot of money gambling and stuff like that. But he had a PC and it was only a few months old. He built it himself. He said the motherboard cost 4.5 grand alone, just the motherboard. And you know, he had a really top-notch parts like you know, the chips and stuff in it. And my son could have getting it for maybe 1,500 euros. You know, that was really a once in a lifetime opportunity. You know, you were talking about a PC that would cost maybe 12 grand to build. You know, a couple of months old, and then buying it for about 2. You know, maybe a bit of an overkill, but you know, a good overkill because you'd expect to give that for a kind of very, very middle of the road PC. So, you know, getting something like that would be really worth it. I love the building aspect, yeah, in any game. But I don't think I'll ever get a deal like that again. Yeah. But when my son said he could pick up a PC, he didn't really explain to me. And I said I wasn't really prepared to take one yet, so you have to know that. But he didn't say, you know, what kind of a deal it was. Because, you know, with a PC like that, you know, even if you didn't want to keep it, you could buy that and then pawn it off for double, triple your money. Not that I would do that. But that, yeah, that's kind of eating me a bit now, to be honest. We forget about this. Guys, we'll help this lady out if we can. No, we're wasting her time. We won't be helping her. Hello. But yeah, that was a missed opportunity. But I've cleared enough of junk now and made enough space that... Whoops! If I come across a similar deal, even if I could hold it properly in storage in one of the rooms. The problem is I've done this stuff before. I think it was something like 2 grand for a bathroom suite. Didn't have the room and needed some stuff done before I could do it. So I put it in storage in the attic. But it was there for about 4 or 5 years. And just when I was getting around then to doing something, I noticed, you know, they started to throw things in the attic and smashed it. So that was nasty. So everything I hold in storage, you know, if it's for too long, you know, gets smashed. So unless you're going to use something straight away and you have a place to put it, it's never a good idea to buy something and then, let's say, not use it for a long period of time. Okay. We have a few things. What we do? Will we head back and start the building, or we'll give a little shot at these other ones? We're basically done these. Diddly done. Okay, we'll just hit down here for 1 second. And we get these 2 spots here. Where are they? There. Once we make our way around to the garage again, we'll be good. Oh, I'll show you. Sorry, Zach. Let me save here. I will show you home plate and what I've been doing there. This is why I've been kind of grinding on the legendary stuff. I don't think you've seen it, have you? Well, it's like a kind of massive kind of showroom kind of thing. Not as detailed as I would usually do because it's just, you know, it's just display. Didn't want to plow too much time into it. So this is what I've been doing. All of these are legendaries, and there's no duplicates. So that's a no-go. I hold all the duplicates upstairs here, under the bed. So I've still quite a bit to do. And the more legendaries I get, the harder it is to get ones I already haven't got, if you know what I mean. Isn't it? Yeah. So this is the one I've been most successful with. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14, 16. I've got 18 different versions of the lever action Western rifle. Yeah. Now, you can only do that once. And the combat shotguns are not bad because you can make them a combat shotgun and you can make them a combat sniper rifle. So, you know, you've got a bit of room to maneuver there on that. The laser rifles are pretty good as well. You can make them the sniper rifle, a rifle, or a pistol, you know. But the radium rifles and these guys and the lever action, you know, you can only just do one version. Like, take this for instance. You know, I could make that, I could also make that a rifle, like this here. Or vice versa. This is the plasma, yeah, well, the plasma too. You can make it a rifle, or you could make it a pistol. Now, you could make this into a rifle, but it looks just the same, so it's not worth it. The only difference would be the sight. This, you can do 3 versions. The ordinary laser rifle, the sniper rifle, and of course the pistol. But you need to be doing that to fill up this place, you know. The most well-armed man on earth, probably. Terminator, the phase plasma rifle at 40 watt range. Shopkeeper, hey. What you see, pal. But yeah, this has been really fun. I've never gone to this extent on the legendaries because, you know, I've never really used them. But the most rarest have been the gamma guns. I've got 4 of those down in Sanctuary. Got a ton of them in Sanctuary as well. I don't mind using the duplicates down in Sanctuary if they're not the same, you know. But I don't like the way these display. They'll only fit on these, and that's as big as I can get them. So I'll put something else here. I get enough of them. The same with this. Like, there should have been a kind of upgrade you could do with these so that fill up that a little bit more. They don't fit too bad, but it's still, I like everything to be centered. And that's a pity. This is why I put, you know, the silencers on these guys just to make up the right length on these. So they just fit in nice. You know, the long barrel and the suppressor. So yeah, I'm working on armor as well in Sanctuary, and I've been mostly concentrating on the weapons, but I'll get out of this eventually. Okay, Automod has held a message from a guy called Tom Gaming YouTube. He wants me to buy some viewers, so we'll deny that one, guys. There we go. Sorry about that. You just meant uniques. No, all of them. There are uniques here as well. Like take Radical Conversion and the Kiloton. Oh yeah, the Wastelander, all of that stuff. You know, Cag's Pistol. They're here as well. Easier to keep them here so I can do the duplicates on the other side. No, there wouldn't be many weapons in the game. You're talking about, I don't know, at best, what, 2,000? That's across the board. Yeah. What I don't like about the uniques, let's say, you won't get full sets of armor. The closest you get is the Destroyer's armor, that low-level combat armor, but you're still short one piece. You'll never make a complete set. What I've been doing is, let's say if I get a fortifying piece of armor, I've been trying to make up 4 sets of that. Obviously, you know, I'd have to use a different helmet because, you know, there's not a lot of legendary helmets in the game. You won't pick them up randomly. You'll have to buy them. And they missed the ball on that one, I'm afraid. So I'll probably try and do it with heavy armor. Right, okay, let's get going. So that's why I've been messing about that. It's been fun, having not done it before. But yeah, it's definitely been fun. Yeah, lots of legendaries. Now, where am I? Are we in the right? Oh yeah. This place here, once, you see that little breach in the wall? Once I pass that, my allies or enemies will spawn in. But I can kind of save scum, you know, to change the outcome and we'll get a legendary. With a strong Irish accent. Oh my. So they're definitely Irish, yeah. Now you see that micro freezing? Yeah, that's totally the update. As I said, every time I play this game, it's a little less. Now these are pretty much my allies, but that guy has a legendary, so we can't tolerate that. Now, oh, I just picked that up. And there's still a possibility our enemies down here might have something. Oh, hang on. Oh, there he is. I killed 2. Well, that's junk, but I still might be able to make use of it. More interested really in the weapons. Waste of time. These scavengers are a waste of time. But at least we're consistently getting legendaries. Yeah, this is a good run.
You like bleeding? I do.
This is a good enough run. My favorite spot is the next one. It's very easy drop down. Very easy to clean out, except when you get stupid bullet sponge super mutants. There. I went weak in the knees and was very shy. They were asking me about Lancashire. Oh. What, are they still at it here?
Let's do it. Fine. I was done with you anyway.
Okay, he didn't last long, did he? Yeah, we need to kind of save it here. Yeah, this is probably my favorite spot here. It's pretty easy to clear out. We've cleared this guy. Oh yeah, I picked up my last piece as well. There. deep voices, yeah? I don't know, accents have never really interested me that much. Except, let's say, when, I try to figure out where they're from. I can sometimes, have a bit of an ear for accents, especially if, the accent is very, very subtle. Almost gone. Yeah.
The more you resist, the more fun for me.
Oh, wrong guy. As a disciple, wrong guy. Shooting the wrong guy. They come up pretty quick, guys, didn't they? No legendaries here, guys. This is a waste of time. No, we'll hit it again. They come up pretty quick. Usually I've got a bit of time to clear these guys out. Now we should be able to save scum this and change it a bit. Perhaps pick up a legendary. I don't think so. But then again, I've been here a long time. It's pretty normal to me. Sure, Terry. Fire away. Fire away. That's interesting enough, anyway. I don't know if anyone has ever tried to pick up legendaries to this extent. Probably. A lot of people playing this game for a long time. Somebody must have tried this. About to faint when I talk to different people. All psychological, Terry. Just nervousness, I suppose. That's all it is. I wouldn't exactly call it normal. It's normal enough, let's say, to be a little bit anxious, I suppose. If you're talking to strange people. Depends on your personality and how much you socialize, I suppose. Yeah. You shouldn't let it bother you, really. Once you take the first step in the right direction, so you'll never look back. Remember all your interactions with, people you don't know that well. It's very fleeting. Doesn't leave any kind of lasting impressions on both sides, really. So there's not much to it, really. It's only when you start to get to know people or bond or whatever the case may be, where let's say those interactions have more meaning. You should never be nervous, Yeah, if you let it control you, Terry, If you let it control you. Now let me get something to drink. But even as we speak now, Terry, I'm feeling very, very weak. But I ignore it. I know it's not life-threatening. And, eventually I can control it. But what helps me is, not to completely ignore it. Obviously, if I think it's really bad, I'm off to emergency. But if I don't dwell on it too much, you can kind of frenzy yourself up to make yourself feel even worse if you dwell on it too much. Oh, well, that's good. But I've got my dogs and, my movies, my Xbox, my games, well, what's left of them. And it keeps me distracted enough. I could dwell on, I would obviously prefer to be working now, but it's just too risky, and being paralysed from the neck down for me is not an option. That still bothers me a bit. I won't be dishonest about that one. But at the same time, I can see the upside. You have to see the upside of every bad situation. I get to spend more time with my family, which I always wanted to do. I can rest a lot. More time with my pets. Definitely more time gaming. So there is an upside. Maybe if it doesn't match what let's say I lost, was a matter of opinion, really. It's subjective. But it's still good, The main thing is I'm still here, and that's what counts. Everything else is a second, a very distant second. Yeah, but remember, this is the medical definition of this, but it doesn't have to apply, Terry. When you get the medical definition of something, it's, the extreme of it in the worst case scenario. It can be controlled, but you gotta want to control it. You gotta work on it, You gotta find that place in your head where you can, how could I put this? Keep yourself calm, I suppose. Condition is one thing, but if you allow it to dominate, and if you allow it to, how could I put this? If you allow it to control, it will happen much more, and it's not good.
Who?
It's like the old saying, when you get lemons, make lemonade. I think that's a North American saying, isn't it? Mm. Yeah?
Taking casualties.
Oh, now there's a legendary, guys. There's a legendary. Hey, where's he gone? There he is. Oh, that's not bad. But I think I've got a ton of those pistols, but we'll take it anyway. I think I've got a ton of steadfast. That's a pity. But we'll take it, because then the likelihood of getting small... Oh! Two legendaries from the hit squad. I think this has only happened to me this is the third time. That's nice. Hey! There he is. It's junk, but still. You can't complain. Two legendaries.
One of ours is down. Leave a beautiful corpse. Or in your case,
That's unusual.
just the corpse.
To get two legendaries from the hit squad. Not impossible, but...
Do this the hard way, huh? I'm game.
Nice. Okay. Alright. See, well, you got a lot of junk to solve. It can take up a lot of time as well. I still can't bring myself to leave it. Makes it more interesting anyway. It's not like I'm in a rush. There we go, guys. That was successful-ish. Yeah, I picked up a lot of 10 mils. Perfecto. Don't forget you and Mark. Oh, well, that's good, Terry. The higher your level, the more chance to have legendaries to spawn, yeah. Or the higher your difficulty level as well. The problem with this is it takes you longer to clear out an area, So time-wise, you're better off not setting the level too much because you're always going to be collecting ammo. They're going to be bullet sponges. So even if you can pick them up 20% quicker, with the inconveniences like taking you maybe 40% longer, you know. That's if you're going to go into this in a big way. It's all about speed. I usually am a lot quicker than this when I'm by myself. I can run through this pretty quick, you know. But this is by far, the Nuke War DLC, by far the best place to farm legendary weapons. Now, who was it? Roadrunner was telling me about some guy that wanted a certain weapon from, that military yard across from, from County Crossing. Oh yeah, I probably have about a month on this, Kazoo. But that's nothing for me. I spend a lot of time in these games. It's not like I've got a lot of options on Xbox. No problem, Terry. There's no need to apologise. Yeah. Yo, how long have I got anyway? Yeah, just over 38 days. But then again, as I said, when I'm not streaming, I've been doing a lot of this looting. And then, it takes a lot of time. You get the materials, you break them down, you sell the stuff, that kind of stuff. Then you're tortured with settlement attacks, and you don't feel 3 or 4 hours going on that. But remember, my record for a save is 2017 hours. Yeah, I think you've seen that one, didn't you? That one eventually got corrupted, but not because of the length of the save. Because at the same time, BGS were doing an upgrade for Skyrim for the Anniversary Edition. Yeah. And once they start messing about with the engine, pretty much always happens. You get that
The disciples are
no
finally
room to
where they
save
belong.
bug. You can avoid it for a while, and then eventually the entire save will corrupt. Good night again, Terry, and have a good one. I hope you manage to get some sleep. Take care, Terry. Bye. Oh, my pleasure. Anytime. Anytime, Terry. Can happen. It all depends on what you want from a game. Yeah. I can as well. It gets to the stage where, but I give myself a little break. I've always had a pretty decent patience, I suppose. But if I'm doing something I never really went into big before, yeah, it keeps me interested. The finding the legendaries and displaying them. But it's gotten to the stage now in the game where there's literally nothing else left to do. I wanted to start on this stream because I wanted to start Fallout 3. But Microsoft tried a scam, and then they tried to pimp me out as a salesman so I could buy their games, which I thought was very strange. I might eventually relent and pay them the money, but it's going to be a bitter pill. And it's not about stupid money. It's going to be a bitter pill to take, for a game that old to be paying like $40 for it when you already own the stupid thing. A lot of fun doing it, and non-vets. Yeah, if you change it, if it's something you haven't done before, it will keep your interest a lot. It's just the monotony of doing something over and over again, which I think that Fallout 76 might be. Yeah, but even doing this over and over again, there's a kind of go to it, and that little bit of adrenaline you get if you get some nice weapons that you might need, and watching your build on home plate kind of coming together, then you can always say, well, I kind of went all out to get the legendaries, and this is how far I've got. Yeah, totally believe you. Yeah, it can be. It can be. There's a lot of kill animations in this, in a certain, if you do something in a certain way. But I just pretty tanked through everything pretty much in this game. Same with Skyrim. But still fun. I know I'm probably quite crazy, for doing this, but I don't know, isn't the whole objective, no matter what you're doing in the game, to have fun, and if you're having fun, isn't that the point? Yeah, the melee weapons do have a lot, so it was disappointing to see how underdone the whole thing was on Starfield, wasn't it? I think that was one of the great disappointments for me. Even though I don't use them a lot. I was thinking of doing something like that in Starfield. And the choice of weapons, horrible. Horrible. Expect the game would have been passable in the 90s, But this day and age, nah. No. You expect more for your money, to be honest. But I do have a problem with collecting, so this is why it's keeping me interested. This you can blame on Oblivion. I remember there's lots of junk I would come across and never collected because there was no need to. Then I got a couple of quests where I needed a ton of that junk. It took me forever to find them again. And then since then I've been kind of doing this. Usually I would only keep the very unique stuff. But I'm really disappointed I'm not playing Fallout 3 now. I'm looking forward to it. I will use the weekend to see if I can sort something out with that. But if not, we still have stuff we've never played before. Until I sort something out. But I totally did intend on playing that. I was really surprised when I loaded my discs and just literally stood in a machine like a paperweight. There wasn't even that kind of click or noise where it tried to load. No messages, no error messages, zero. Horrible. Almost done, guys. We'll do a save here. We'll stick to it for a little while. Why not? Oh my good God, I've nearly done my 4 hours. That time went surprisingly quickly. Always does when you kind of get into a kind of chatting conversation. All I had to do was give me Fallout 4 in space. But no, that's all I had to do. Yeah, it was disappointing, wasn't it? But I did preach it beforehand, you must admit that. Yeah. London looks okay, although some people have said it's very disjointed. You don't get that kind of feeling. And that I can understand if you're used to the certain kind of atmosphere in Fallout 4. Nice on a mod manager. Okay, we put the legendaries in here. There's just something I gotta do on that guy here. Oh, I think we're almost done. We've got a good bit of junk to bring back as well. There. There we go. All ready to go. Okay. So many have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13. I usually stay here till I get about 20 and bring them back. But in the beginning I would get 20 and pretty quick. But it's getting slower as I play more in the game for some reason. Now, this is a really interesting spot here, but almost always a Deadclaw. If you're really, really lucky, you'll be carrying a legendary and one of the guys on the ground, but on average, I would say on a usual round you would work out about a 1 in 3 hit here. But 1 legendary for every 3 visits. But this one, the odds are, for some reason, they seem to be a bit better. We'll see. Oh, hang on. Sometimes this can be a legendary ghoul. It is. There he is. Legendary ghoul. Butcher. And some enemies as well. Oh, the butchers are idiots. They're not legendary, but we'll take the ghoul. Oh yeah, we'll be taking that ghoul. Hello. Yeah, there's good odds. I think I'll stay here till the end of the stream. It's been paying off with legendaries. Because I've only got another half an hour. I've been trying to kind of keep it to 4 hours so to get some more rest lately. And then, you know, I'll need time to sort out a different game as well, won't I? Hey now. Ah, yes, it's all this junk, but still. I don't know if I can ever use that properly. What's he shooting at? Me. Okay. Oh, I'll show you a really good spot as well when we get back. Okay, there's a question. What is your favourite legendary effect for a weapon? Mine is Deadeye. The slow motion is pretty good. Mine would probably be the 2-shot. You know, it gives me that little bit of stopping power, and then, you know, sometimes you can take out 2, or at least damage the other guy. Instigating is pretty decent as well. It all depends, you know, especially if you're doing a sneak kind of sniper rifle. But yeah, it's always been my favourite, mostly because of my attachment to the weapon and using the Vault Overseer. Yeah, but I'm not sure. I don't think I got a 2-shot combat rifle yet. I might hang up the Overseer and use that, especially if I get 2 of them, you know. Croc, you know what my favourite part of your stream is? No ads. Cool. Yeah, I've never put ads on my channel, even when I was doing the Twitch affiliate thing. No, I would never subject anyone to that. But I think Twitch will add ads sometimes if you try to look into my stream, and that I cannot control. But I see some people really overdoing. Not only do they have ads, but they have ads for an excessive amount of time. But farming people for a couple of cents a view, no, not worth it. Absolutely not. I think you would do your channel more, if you wanted to make money, that is, it would do your channel more harm than good. Also, next summer I'm nice, coming to the UK, Wales, Scotland, and Northern Ireland. Nice. But if I come to Ireland, sure, that would be cool. or a cigar? Oh, definitely the drink. That's cool. So, is it just a vacation or business? You don't have to give me too much information. Yeah, but not cigars. Oh, nice. A bit of a vacation, kind of celebration. Oh, nice. Yeah, but I find cigars to be pretty strong. Um, and I smoke too much as it is. Yeah, so just cigarettes from me. I smoke too much of those as well. But I kind of need it for stress. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, what's he going to do? Spend some of it on you. That's cool. He's a good dad. He's a good dad. Yeah, thinking of his family. Yeah, that would be nice for you. It's very, very important when you're young. Well, I suppose it's a matter of opinion. To kind of get out and see the world and different cultures and how things work, and even if you can, to actually live there for a while and survive. And when I say survive, to well, obviously you'd have backup money if things go wrong, but to see what it's like to live off the land, so to speak. You really get a feel for a place when you, when you do that, Hmm. But the problem is working for, especially when you're young, for a period of time over even a couple of months, in a foreign country, you'll start to miss your family a bit. Not so much when you get older. You'll enjoy the break. But when you're young, it can be hard, I suppose. For the company he works for, nice. Their services. Well, he's going to continue working until he's 62. Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's good. I was intending to work until about 60-ish, because what I was doing was pretty stressful. But unfortunately, that didn't work out for me because of my injury. A month. Oh. For the company that he works for. Yeah, it would be pretty expensive. And for the services, yeah. Depending, obviously, on the size of the company. Yeah. 57, so just 5 years to go. Nice. Nice. I hope he has a long life after he retires. Yeah. But yeah, usually 55 would be, a good retirement age. But if you're enjoying what you're doing and it's kind of keeping you going, yeah, sure, go with it. I know some people that, their work kind of keeps them there. Yeah. Nice. A noble cause to serve your country. Yeah, that's nice. 3 years. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's all bills, isn't it? Yeah, well, here we can kind of take early retirement at 55. That's been here for a long time. But yeah, here too. 65 is the usual age. But I find word tone will really, and talking about myself, once you get to 65, you don't know how much longer you're going to be here. You're at a very vulnerable age. Depends on the work you're doing. But here, if it's very physical, 55 would be a good age. And if you were sensible, it's enough. And you can spend that time with your grandkids and whatever the case may be. For some it suits them fine, but yeah, for others, maybe not. Well, it's a little easier here because of the social structure, if you know what I mean. So it would be probably easier here. Work from home, that's nice. Travel is pretty good, Um, especially when you're young, before you want to settle into a career. And then obviously, don't let that take you over, settle into your career. Who knows. But it definitely broadens the mind. Nice, so you like collecting, that's cool. Hmm. Ah, I see. So, you don't mind me asking, do you someone in mind, or are you just saying you'll eventually get married in the future? Which would be, pretty logical. Nice. Nice. Yeah, it's something you should never rush into. Marrying for marrying's sake, because maybe you might think it's the way to be or to be expected. But you'll meet someone and you'll feel that way, and it will happen naturally. Something I wouldn't rush into, and I wouldn't recommend marriage until, if you can, hitting your very late 20s at the earliest. And be sure you know the person well. Remember, people change. Sometimes for better, sometimes for worse. Yeah, you'll need a lot of cash. Yeah, it can be daunting to have so much responsibility, especially at a young age. But if you settle into a kind of groove, so to speak, and things are kind of clicking for you, and you're reasonably financially secured, with no kind of storm clouds in the horizon, you get a spouse that's logical, which is pretty hard to find these days, and they'll have your back. Yeah, you're pretty much set. Nice. Two older brothers. Yeah. I've got 1, 2, 3 older brothers. I'm the youngest of the entire family. Oh, definitely. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But even, let's say, it depends on the age, really. Yeah. But who can tell, Bertrand, if one is to marry or not? But yeah, it would be logical. Who knows? You might change and kind of say, maybe it's not for me. And that's good as well. Whatever you decide. Yeah, that's noble of you, Gazoo. Exactly. You can have a rough idea of where you're going. But remember, nothing ever kind of plays out like we planned it, Bertrand. So, always be aware of that. Sometimes it works out much better, or maybe just a little different. It's a joke, is it? I do a lot of work with unwed mothers. Oh, sorry. I see. I see. My apologies. I just glanced it. I thought you were serious there for a moment. I should have known better. Even though I get the job in the Navy, what happens if I do? Yeah, you don't know. Yeah. But to have a rough plan is okay. Mm. But you shouldn't worry about it too much, Wartron. Just kind of go with the flow, see where it takes you. Who knows? You might, on your travels, you might come across something different. It might be very successful. You might become very rich very quickly, or not. Who knows? We can never, really figure out what fate has for us in the future. So, if you have a rough idea of what you want to do, yeah, sure, follow it, see how it goes. But if that line doesn't work out, there's always other ways to go, and I wouldn't be too disappointed. That's just life. Hmm. Yeah, for 2 years. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. No, no, never ever do anything illegal. Um, Sometimes doing illegal would be a kind of quick track to what you want, but it's not really. It's just an illusion. you'll actually harm yourself, and others as well. It's never worth it. You know, you'll have to look at yourself in the mirror every day. A real man doesn't have to do anything illegal. A true man, he'll take his responsibilities on. He won't allow himself to be used by anyone, and he'll do the honourable thing. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. Okay, let's backtrack to this whole thing. Where are we anyway? Oh yeah, I killed these guys here, didn't I? Okay. Guys, you'll have to excuse me, I gotta close this window behind me. I'm terrified of catching a chill or maybe getting pneumonia because the temperature is after dropping quite quickly. And if I get a chest infection, it's really hard on me. There, that's a bit better. To Fallout London. Well, it looks to be okay. You've nothing to lose. Those guys were pretty generous putting it up for free. So my hat off to them for that. Microsoft really, yeah, they did. Oh, hi Roadrunner. I hope you've been well. Oh, no problem. No problem. So how have you been? Anything planned for the weekend? I hope you have a good one. Yeah, the update. It's even ruined this game, to be honest. The freezing. Lethal on Fallout London, I'd say. Nice. That should be interesting. No, they won't be available on Xbox. I did hear rumours that the guys from Fallout London kind of pitched to Microsoft if they wanted to have it on Xbox, but Microsoft said no, and I can understand why, because they'd never be able to put that on Xbox. Not if you give them 100 years. And they'd probably ruin it. Yeah. Halo Collection, nice. Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah, not too bad. Just a little bit worried about my doggo. He got a nasty swelling on the side of his face. It did go down, but he's been kind of scratching at it. Now there's a gaping wound on the side of his face. It will heal. And he's usually pretty okay. He's not that kind of dog, that would be silly like that. But I tried him with a collar, and he just went mental, so I've just been watching him, His nails are pretty sharp. And he's for a Pomeranian, he's a pretty intelligent dog, but, dogs will be dogs. So that's the only thing really, just pretty worried about my doggo. Because of the mods, nice. Yeah, what probably happened is he was scratching the side of his face and his claws are pretty sharp. He might have slightly nicked the inside of his lip. And that caused an infection and a swelling. So I got him some stuff from that, but that went away. But what he's been probably doing now, he's been scratching it. And if a dog keeps scratching in the same area, you create a nice little cut, And Toby has been trying to fix it for him as well. But he's not helping it, Because I want a scab to form and it will eventually heal. And he really frets if I bring him to a veterinary surgeon. He's very, very timid. So I don't want to do that. I've got all the stuff myself, the antibiotics and cream and that. But he's very sensible. I think I'll get through this. But if it gets bad, I will have to bring him. Even though he hates it. He's a Pomeranian, yeah. He's a Pomeranian. Wartron. Yeah. Yeah, they're really cute. Yeah, the problem with that is he's really good at maintaining his claws himself. I've never seen a dog like it, to be honest. Yeah. And then, as I said, when I call a vet in to do it, there's a massive battle. And he's pretty old, and if he gets too excited, I'm afraid he's going to get a heart attack. He really freaks out. And it really makes me feel rotten when he looks so scared. and he's looking to me, thinking that, I can do something about it. It really gets to me. Yeah, it doesn't work with dogs. Yeah, I've tried all that before. They'll tear off whatever you put on. We do. We bond with them. We give them the same kind of. It's kind of hardwired to us. The same kind of attention that we'd give our kids. Yeah. There's your Dremel too. The sanding disc or wheel. Yeah, it is better. It is better. But the butchers here would use the clippers. Yeah. And the last guy I had in was a butcher. He's going on 12. Yeah. He's going on 12. I think he's going to be 12 in March. 12 or 13 in March. Yeah, so he's very old. Well, for a Pomeranian. 9. Nice. Definitely, yeah. No, I wouldn't be a fan either of that Roadrunner. Yeah, I wouldn't be a fan of that. Oh, cool. Looking forward to it, Wartron. I put Valheim song up for you. Nice, thank you. Yeah, I'll definitely watch it. I was thinking about getting back to that in the near future. But I'm pretty stuck now for playing games on Xbox. Seeing that half my library has been wiped up by Microsoft's greed and their hatred of discs. They didn't do. Oh, you mean the putting? Yeah, they don't do it here. If a dog was really, really violent, probably. But they're pretty good here. But still, the veterinary surgeons here, like everywhere else, here about 70% of their income would come from vaccinations, so they needlessly vaccinate animals. It doesn't benefit the dog or cat much to be over vaccinated, and there is a small chance it might actually make them sick. But veterinary surgeons will try and tell you it needs to be done, even though it doesn't, which I think is horrible. I know they have to get paid, but it's a pity they got into that job, just to get a paycheck. But I'm not saying all veterinary surgeons are like that, but all the ones in my town are, and they're pretty greedy as well. They don't really care for their animals. Could be, yeah, it could be. But I can understand with the groomers, you get some dogs and they get pretty nasty. Like Rex, I can't groom him. Toby is a pushover. But Rex is too stubborn. I've got to wait till he's asleep and kind of secretly start to groom him. Then he wakes up and gets ticked off, and then I wait till he sleeps again. And that dog cracks me up. But he's an awesome back scratcher. Yeah, he really is. No. But Rex won't even put up with me doing it. I think when he was young, a puppy, I think my wife might have been a little bit rough grooming him. And now he's too stubborn. I was born in the late 60s, Wartron. Yeah. I was born in the late 60s. Yeah, but I'm mid-50s. Make a job. Okay, that's interesting. Oh my God, no. My dad was born in the late 30s. No, I'm not that old yet. I will be shortly, but not yet. No, I wasn't born in the decade of Bogart. I was born during the height of the flower power. The hippie phase. Where are we going? Oh yeah, down here. Humphrey Bogart. A US actor, yeah. Probably most famous for his role in Casablanca. But to be honest, I preferred him in that movie, The Treasure of Sierra Madre. You know that one? Badges. We don't need no stinking badges. His famous quote would be, "Play it again, Sam." Or "of all the bars in all the world" kind of thing. You've probably heard the quotes. Yeah. That's the one, yeah. The flower power thing. Casablanca is a movie worth throwing. Check it out sometime. Humphrey Bogart might not be your thing, but interesting. Humphrey Bogart and I think it's Lauren Bacall starred in that movie. Another movie. Basically, he's like a prospector, and he finds this mine out in the middle of the Goonies. The Goonies we call the wilderness, and he's stacked all his gold on a donkey, and he's coming back, and some bandits stop him and say, "What have you got on the donkey?" And he says, "Nothing." And he said the bandits told him, "We'll escort you back to town. We're deputies." And then he said, "If you're deputies," he said, "where are your badges?" So the banditos get pretty annoyed. One guy steps up, and it's actually quite funny. Check it on YouTube. It's a pretty famous scene where that bandit says, "Badges? Badges? We don't need no stinking badges." Yeah, it's pretty funny. But the movies then were done with some really great acting. They didn't rely on special effects or explosions or action. So, maybe not your taste, but very good. The movies, the black and white movies from that era. The movie is a year older than my dad's, but than your granddad, probably. Mm. It's pretty famous, yeah. It is. Oh, there it is. I'm silly, I'm going the wrong way. There we go. Well, there's none of them legendary, but we gotta clear the spawn point. Make it ready for the next time. No, in the States he is. He's actually American. He was huge. Absolutely huge. Maybe not with a generation now. But yeah. Here he wasn't that huge, but he pretty much was the biggest guy in Hollywood. Yeah. No, we're just old. We can remember him. No, definitely not now. But that's that's like, let's say Laurence Olivier in the UK. Huge in his time, but it's pretty natural we're thrown. Let's say if you're dead 40 years and 3 or 4 generations have gone by, you would be forgotten. But if you're into old movies and that, or if you're oldish, I'm mostly into old movies. Pretty famous guy. Humphrey Bogart. Yeah. Bogart, I think. Yeah. Yeah, he would have done a lot of movies, 30s, 40s and that. Oh, I don't think I could spell it properly either. It's not a common name. That's it, Humphrey Bogart. Yeah, movie. Yeah. That's the way to spell it, Kazoo. Oh, hi, Igma, and how are you? Been a while. You turn 18 in November, you probably wouldn't know. The same way I would know about, let's say, some probably internet teen sensation or something from the US. That would be huge in the US, and I wouldn't have a clue who it is. Nice. Here we watch movies together. I do that with my kids all the time. Well, they're not kids anymore, but you know what I mean. I like to kind of go through, let's say, with certain actors, maybe what I know of their personal histories or movies they did before. When my boys were young, we would play a game where we would pick a movie at random, and then we would try and recognize the actors to name them, and kind of give as much information as we could on their life. And it was pretty interesting, and it's a good memory exercise as well. And looked like every old-fashioned. There was a certain look that I did, that kind of Sam Spade kind of, that was the kind of Hollywood thing in the 40s and 50s, all right. He did do a kind of Sam Spade thing, didn't he, guys? The Maltese Falcon. Wasn't that a kind of Sam Spade? Sam Spade meaning, that kind of detective thing with that kind of hat, and he would voice over, the entire movie kind of thing. Yeah, that was pretty interesting. I've seen a lot of kind of games go that way as well, about a decade ago, kind of copying that thing. Scary movies. They're okay, but it wouldn't be my favorite. Yeah. No, yeah, I like something. Maltese Falcon, yeah. Yeah, you know the one I'm talking about. Yeah. That was pretty good. Oh, it's been a long time, Kazoo. It must be 3 decades since I've seen that movie. No problem. And thanks for hanging out, Wartron. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest and a great day. I shan't be on for much longer anyway. Take care and stay safe, Wartron. Bye. Yeah, I'm pretty big into movies, especially with this last decade or so. But I watch a lot of different stuff, and I definitely don't mind the black and white movies. It's all about story to me, you know. But in the last 20 years, I find if I want to watch a kind of half-sensible movie, I've got to at least go back to the mid-80s, you know. Because I think, movies are, in my opinion anyway, and I suppose this is subjective, movies are becoming, pretty silly and boring, to be honest. Oh, you'll get the odd gem, of course. But, it can't be the quality of the old movies. Especially the ones based on the 18th century or 1800s, 17th century novels. The likes of The Count of Monte Cristo. My favourite version of that would be the 70s version with Richard Chamberlain. I thought that was awesome. Didn't like the modern remake, and then the old 30s version, or 40s with 30s. It was okay. But yeah, the 70s by far. Yeah. He was a great actor, Chamberlain. Although he did a few horrible movies as well. He did play the original Jason Bourne, so, that's something. Westerns, I could never warm to westerns. My dad was a fanatic. Some, are okay. Yeah, some are okay. I could never really warm to westerns. Yeah. That it is pretty bad when I have to go back to the 70s and 80s for a movie to watch. That's exactly how I feel, 70s and 80s to watch. That's what I've got to do. Yeah, it's horrible, isn't it? You get, as I said, you'll get the odd gem, but, very odd. And if you watch movies regularly, you run out of options pretty quick. Well, basically everything is recycled, Gazoo. Like, take for instance Jeremiah Johnson with Robert Redford. That was pretty much recycled with Dances with Wolves with Kevin Costner, which was pretty much recycled with Avatar, So yeah, it does get recycled, changed a little bit for different generations, of course. That's pretty normal. One of my favourite movies is a remake, really. Some of the remakes are better than the original, but not that often. But a movie in the 20s. Yeah, sure it does. Of course it does. No, some of my favourite movies actually come from the 1930s, you know, and especially the very early 40s. Which I think myself, to the early 40s, I think to the mid 40s was the golden age for, you know, really good movies in Hollywood in the US at that time. But again, subjective. The Jazz Singer, nice. Bird of a Nation, oh, I doubt that one. I am familiar with the movie. I'm familiar with the movie. De Niro, yeah, he's pretty good. I loved him in Once Upon a Time in America. Yeah. He's become very political lately, hasn't he? A lot of actors have. I think, personally, someone with such a profile, you know, I don't know, maybe their own business, don't get me wrong, but I don't think I would try to keep neutral, I'd say. But then again, you know, free country, free world. Nice, nice. Yeah, I love Jeremiah Johnson. Yeah, with Robert Redford. You remember the old Mad Trapper? That was good. That was really watchable. You know, it didn't rely on cheap movie tricks, you know. The Thing, 1982, with Kurt Russell in Antarctica. Is that the one? Yeah, that was pretty good. I like that. That was Kurt Russell, wasn't it? Yeah. They were drilling through the ice cap, blah blah blah, alien kind of thing. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Not my kind of thing. Yeah. Of course, they're entitled to their opinion. But I think if you've got a platform like that, maybe not the best look, you know. But again, they're right if they want to do so. Yeah. I liked the first one, you know, being original. But most of the time, I think when you do a movie and then you do like Terminator, Terminator 2, Terminator 3, or Highlander, Highlander 2, 3, I think the movie tends to suffer as it goes on, except for a few rare exceptions like the likes of Godfather and stuff like that. The Highlander did really suffer. Awesome movie, quirky, you know, bit silly, but I think that was its strength. They absolutely destroyed it with 2, and 3, you know, really put the nail in the coffin. A classic example of, you know, just some bad writing for movie's sake. It's a pity, you know. One of my favourite movies, The Highlander, but 2 and 3, rubbish. Yeah. We'll keep asking them about politics. Yeah, I think so as well. And they should, personally myself, well, I won't say they should, it's their own business. But if it was me, I'd be a little bit more diplomatic. You know, it's best not to let people know your feelings on things like that, because no good can come of it, you know. Now, you could say you might encourage people to vote one way or another, but then I think, you know, for whatever reason, for what you consider to be the good guy, the bad guy makes no difference. I think then you're allowing yourself to be used, you know. And I think you should never do that unless you want to go into politics yourself, and then that's a different story. But as I said, you know, they're perfectly entitled to do as they wish. It's just if I was in that position, I would assume I would do something like I said, you know. Pitch Black with Vin Diesel. Yeah, yeah. I liked them. Yeah, Riddick and all that. You know, I like Vin Diesel in that role. Yeah, yeah. Maybe not, you know, classic, but I thought they were pretty watchable, you know. Yeah. Jackman is one. Jackman is, yeah, he's pretty good. He pretty much held the Marvel thing together with Wolverine, didn't he? Yeah. He has an interesting career, all right. Hugh Jackman, yeah. Yes, yes, he did the Greatest Showman thingy, didn't he? Yeah. He's pretty talented, all right. But he must be getting on in years now, Roadrunner. Yeah, I think he's getting pretty old now, isn't he? But yeah, Hugh Jackman was pretty awesome. Yeah, there's a few actually, you know. But my favourites have been the likes of Morgan Freeman and, you know, pretty good actors. No, Jackman, I think it's Australia or New Zealand. I don't think he's a European, no. Yeah, I think he's New Zealand or Australia, one or the other. I think he's an Aussie. It could be New Zealand. But I'm not 100% sure, but I'm almost sure. Oh, he's an Aussie, is he? Yeah. Yeah, I knew it was one of the two. Yeah, yeah. But he's done. He's had a pretty good career, you know. But I think it was the Marvel thing that really brought him to attention, which is a pity, because I don't think it was his best roles, you know. But still, it brought him to attention, so it's not that bad. Pretty good roles all the same. But I tell you what, who I did like in the Marvel, but I do like sarcastic comedy. I did like what's his face, the guy that did Deadpool, the Canadian guy. What's his name again? He did. He was in one of the Blade movies. Oh my! I'll think of his name eventually. Yeah, he's got that Ryan Reynolds. That's the guy. Yeah, I love his humor. You know the old Van Wilder movies and all that. Never really liked kind of, you know, let's play a prank on the Don kind of movies, but yeah, I think his humor is pretty decent. Maybe not for everyone, but yeah, he was hilarious in Blade. And he did do a lot of varied roles as well, you know. He did a good few romantic comedies, which were, yeah, pretty good. I've seen it, yeah, I think it's pretty good. Ryan Reynolds and Sandra Bullock, yeah, oh, I think that's her name, isn't it? She did the Miss Congeniality thing and that one on with the bomb on the bus thing. Yeah, set in Alaska, isn't it? He's an intern and she blackmails him into a green cardy kind of situation. Yeah, I thought it was pretty good. There was another one as well where he was like some hotshot guy and he returns home to some kind of childhood sweetheart kind of thing where he was friend zoned. Yeah, he was put into a friend zone. He was kind of chubby and what was that one called again? Just Friends, wasn't it? That was pretty funny as well. Yeah. I think it was called Just Friends. Yeah. Yeah, I've probably seen all of his work. As I said, I do watch a lot of movies. Yeah, the video game character. Well, that wasn't Pixels. Was it Pixels? Or was that Ben Stiller? Oh, that's the one you meant, was it? Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah, I quite like him acting. Yeah. Oh, I've watched so many movies. Most of them I've actually forgotten. But mostly, as I said, this past decade. But even so, let's say I'd come back late from work, you know, doing some long hours. Sometimes, if I'm lucky, I would, you know, come back early enough, you know, watch some movies with my boys, you know, all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, I went through a lot of movies. Yeah, the one with the guy from Snakes on a Plane. Uh, what's his name? God, let me see. He was in The Long Kiss Goodnight with Gina Davis. Jackson, that's right. Yeah. Did you see that, The Long Kiss Goodnight? With personally, I don't like. Is it Gina Jackson or Gina Davis? Sorry, acting. But I thought she was awesome in The Long Kiss Goodnight, and he really made the movie as well. Pretty interesting. Uh, kind of one of those kind of born things, loss of memory kind of thing, and then realizes there was some kind of assassin kind of thing, and then they're found out and they're on the run. Yeah, pretty interesting. Yeah, it was surprising as well. I think when you're watching a movie for the first time, I think reading the synopsis on a movie spoils it. You're better off to go in blind, not knowing what the movie is about. This stuff was, yeah, rather dry. Affleck. Oh, Ben Affleck, is it? Yeah. Yeah, it kind of kills it if you know what to expect. I remember I went in blind to that Quentin Tarantino thing with, what's his face? Oh, my memory is not good tonight. The one where there's a group of vampires. He hijacks Harvey Keitel. It was a preacher. He hijacks his camper and his daughter, and then somewhere in some kind of desert barn in Mexico, they go in and they're kind of hiding out. And then before you know it, the whole place is storming with vampires. It looked like a kind of normal, kind of tense kind of drama or whatever you'd call it. What was it called again? Yes, that's the one. What was the name of that movie again? There was a ton of them after. But that really caught me by surprise. That one I really enjoyed. I was kind of settling down to a certain kind of movie, and then all of a sudden everything went crazy. It turned into a vampire movie really quick. That was pretty good. Yeah, Quentin does some good stuff. Yeah. Nah, I can't stomach his stuff. It's too. I don't know. The one with Mel Gibson, the aliens in the corn, the one where they're trying to figure out what's going on. Dusk Till Dawn. That's the one I'm trying to think of. And there was a few of them. Yeah, there was a few of them, wasn't there? Yeah. I'd prefer more the kind of King thing, where that kind of relies on horror. Yeah, that night guy that kind of unexpected kind of anticipation thing. Never been my thing, especially in books. King did some decent stuff, and the guy that did the Pitch Black, what was his name again? The other horror writer. Yeah, usually I can think of all their names, but tonight I'm not so good. Yeah, it's too hard to understand, and it drags. I find it drags from me. I'm not an action junkie in a movie, not in the least. But he kind of gives it that kind of what's going on thing that Lost. Do you remember that TV series had Lost? And you can overplay that too much, I think. Yeah, I'm usually good with names, actually. It's just tonight, I don't know. Yeah, I think it's my lack of sleep lately. Yeah. Then there was Interview with a Vampire, which I thought was a classic with the Brad Pitt. And, yeah, strange that they used, what's his face? There's the name gone again. Mission Impossible guy. Scientologist. Whatever his name was anyway, I forget his name. Yeah, that was pretty good. The remakes, Tom Cruise. That's it. As I said, I can't think of anything tonight. Yet I could tell you he was a Scientologist. I don't know. The follow-ups not so good, but I remember in the follow-ups, there was a singer, actress. She died in a plane crash after. You remember that one? Yeah, her name I forget as well. Pretty young. I think she came to fame because of her connection to that rapper guy that did some heavy jail time for well, I won't even say it. I don't know what he went to jail for. The guy that sang "I Believe I Can Fly," R. Kelly. Yeah, her connection to R. Kelly, I think, brought her to the limelight. Risky Business. I remember that one. Yeah, yeah. He was pretty big in the '80s with those ones. There was a kind of a Rat Pack thing going on with a lot of actors. Yeah. The poor guy. Yeah. Oh yeah, we're going to. Yeah, we might as well stay for a while. Enjoying the movie conversation is woken me up a bit. Oh, there's some old ones. Do you remember that kind of spate of certain types of movies from the mid '80s? The kind of, we're just going to college, we're going to play pranks on the dean, and we're going to get girls, kind of thing. Could never really stomach those ones. They were interesting enough. Something at Bernie's. You remember that kind of stuff. It was always that kind of. I suppose there was a time for those kind of movies. There was some great stuff. Animal House, yeah, yeah. There's some good stuff. You ever see? Well, it's based on. Isn't it a Stephen King novel? Skinwalkers, wasn't it? Do you remember that one? Interesting. Stuff like Pet Cemetery, again, interesting. Poltergeist, again. I think that was very young Drew Barrymore in that one. Let me see, where can I go? There's another one again, which was pretty interesting. Pretty long, so it came in a couple of parts. Tommyknockers. Anyone ever see that? Stephen King. Pretty good. It, of course. The Clown, again. Pretty decent. Sometimes They Come Back. Yeah. Did some good stuff. Nice, nice. Oh, hi Laura. And how have you been? Well, I hope. I like his stuff, actually. Because it's a bit silly. And I do like a little bit silly in a movie, It draws a good balance of being a bit silly and not too scary. And interesting sometimes, especially Tommyknockers, I have, oh nice, a Pennywise doll. Cool. So how have you been, Laura? Pretty much, yeah, pretty much.
You need something else?
Let's see what you have.
Here's what we got.
Now, again, my head for names has gone. The guy who did the Pitch Black thing, another novelist again, what was his name? Craven. Wes Craven. That's the guy, wasn't it? Yeah, Wes Craven. I remember Killer Clowns from Outer Space. Yeah, he does some good stuff as well. Yeah, Craven. Yeah, I like his stuff as well. I'm starting to remember names now, but it is Wes Craven, yeah. Don't know where I got that one from. Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah, not too bad. Just watching my dog always not the best. So just keeping an eye on him and just, chatting here and playing my game. Mostly chatting, just using the game as an excuse. Nice. Never finished the book. Oh. Yeah, books can be pretty good. The beauty of a book is you know, you have your own kind of personal version of something. You can even, if you're really into a book, you can even imagine the characters and give them form. Movie is pretty decent as well, but nothing beats a book, you know. Sometimes if you read the book, the movie can be disappointing, and on rare occasions, vice versa. Doesn't bother me actually reading, or watching it either, you know. But yeah, as a kid, yeah, it would have been kind of scary, wouldn't it? The Mist, that was good. The one about the curse on the village for killing. What did they do? They killed all the sailors. They lured them onto the rocks and stole their junk, wasn't it? Yeah, yeah, that was pretty good. The Mist, yeah. On that one, really? Oh my. Carrie was a classic, yeah. There was a remake of that. I didn't care for it much. It wasn't bad. They did the Firestarter thing remake as well. I preferred the original. With the guy from, what's his face? He was in An Officer and a Gentleman. You remember the Okie from Muskokie? Yeah, that guy. I forget his name. Keith Carradine. I think it's Keith Carradine. Yeah, names are starting to come back to me now. No, no, no. Richard Gere was in An Officer and a Gentleman. His buddy, Keith Carradine, I think his name is in real life. Yeah, he was in the original Firestarter. I think that was Drew Barrymore as well, guys, wasn't it? Yeah, as a kid she did a lot of work. Yeah, I think that was Drew Barrymore in the original. I much prefer that over the remakes. What one of the Cardigans just died, didn't they? Oh, I'm not sure, to be honest. The guy you. Oh, well, I don't hate him. It's just his style of directing and writing kind of pushes the unknown maybe a tiny bit too much. It's just a preference. I'm sure he's absolutely awesome and a lot of people love him. It's just we all have certain preferences, for movies and what we like, and I find his movies to be, they're okay, but not my kind of stuff I like to watch, let's say, too much. But still watchable all the same, you know. No, no, I wouldn't say I hate him, you know. It's just it wouldn't be my typical type of movie I would be really into. You know, interesting stuff like, let's say, the one with Bruce Willis. I See Dead People. Again was, that kind of stuff. I forget the name of that one as well. Oh, they're pretty interesting. Something with a little bit of a twist or surprise is always good. I think. Yeah. Does anyone ever remember The Dead Zone with Christopher Walker? No, Christopher Walken. Yeah. Love that man acting. He did a few of the Batman things as well. Yeah. That was pretty decent. You remember he had an accident or something and was brought back, and then he could see future or something. You remember that? And found out that some candidate running for president was going to start a nuclear holocaust. They made a series of that after, which I wouldn't watch. Yeah. Sixth Sense, that's what it was called. Yeah. Ah, nice move. Nice move. Yeah. Yeah, that's the one. That was interesting. Then, who did the Manchurian Candidate, guys? I forget. Yeah, again, interesting. Some pretty decent movies. Rutger Hauer was one of my favourites in the 80s as well. the likes of, the classic Lady Hawk, Wanted Dead or Alive. Bit cheesy, bit corny, but very, very enjoyable. There's another one where he was that environmentalist on the island as well. I forget the name of that one. Yeah. Flesh and Blood, one of his earlier ones. Kind of medieval themed. Give it 20 minutes to get my attention. Well, usually within 10 you'll know if it's watchable. I can go about 10, 20 minutes in, and if it doesn't pique my interest, if it moves too slow. Yeah. August Rush, nice. Frankenheimer, oh, I see. Well, basically it was about, brainwashing guys and getting them to do assassinations, wasn't it? Isn't that the Manchurian Candidate kind of thing? That thing that was kind of rumoured that the CIA were kind of experimenting with brainwashing people and using them as assassins. Frank Sinatra, yeah. Singer, but yeah, did a few movies. That was kind of the thing, wasn't it, with singers in the 50s? Perry Como, Frank Sinatra, Dean Martin, Bob Hope, and of course Bing Crosby, which would have been probably the most famous. Sleeper Agent, yeah, kind of brainwashed. They don't even realise that they get a kind of get a kind of code word, and then they go into assassination mode. Yeah, and then a lot of Russia and the US did experiment for that kind of technology. From what I know from history and what I know from documentaries, it was pioneered, I think, by the Germans in the 1940s. And then, of course, the captured scientists and that would have been given an amnesty, and they would have worked with, the governments from the countries that captured them. Oh, hi, Lucy. How are you? I hope you've been well. So what have you been up to? How have you been? Oh, we're just having a movie conversation. Liberty. So, what have you been up to, Lucy, lately? Oh, it's pretty early for you, isn't it? 7 a.m. We're just chatting away. Mostly chatting. 46. We'll find something this time for 46. Okay, we're getting there, guys. Let's see, got 24. I don't think we have anything to solve in for 24. Oh, we have. With some 4 these. Yeah, that's good. They seem to be good. Right, we're really trimmed down now, guys. We're just messing about on this, Lucy. I've pretty much done everything in the game ages ago. So, I'm doing something a bit new. I'm collecting all versions of legendaries. Well, as much as I can to fill home plate. We're working on that and finishing off a few settlements. I was hoping to start Fallout 3 tonight, but my disc is not being recognized by my so-called next-gen console. And Microsoft technical guys were not much of a help. They did suggest I sell my disc online and buy the downloaded version from them, which I thought was pretty unprofessional, but laughable. But I did have the satisfaction of wasting their time for several hours. Well, that's the only satisfaction I got. So, word of the wise, don't bother having any conversations with Xbox support, because they're not there to help you. They're there to gaslight you and to to protect Microsoft's interests. Yeah, I had the disc. Stop it, Rex. Rex, stop it. I had the disc, and the so-called next-gen consoles are heavily bugged. They will not recognize a disc unless you have a downloaded version. They confuse them for the downloaded version. No, they just heard a noise outside Kazoo. And if you have a disc and a downloaded version, it will play the disc. But, if you have the downloaded version, the disc is just a paperwork. They wouldn't listen to me. I explained them. They thought I was an idiot. The stuff would reset in their console, changing your profile. I said, guys, all of this stuff I've tried. I explained the situation to them that it was a software problem on their side. And then they told me to sell my game and buy their game. And I did respond by, oh my, I said, I never imagined when I bought a game from Microsoft that I would have to go into sales to actually play it, But he totally ignored that comment and just did the corporate spiel. But I knew well I was wasting my time with them. But as I said, I had the satisfaction of wasting their time and maybe saving someone else some aggravation. Not on Xbox, Roadrunner. On the Xbox Store here in Europe, the only way you can get Fallout 4 Game of the Year Edition is to buy each piece separately. They will not sell the Game of the Year Edition. So you've got to buy the base game separately and all the DLCs separately. It works out about $40. Now, I know $40 isn't much, but still, you're paying $40 for a game that's older than me. Not really worth it, and you've already paid them, and it's a bitter bill to take, to be honest. I'm just small time, they wouldn't really care. Yes, I checked it out on PC, it's just $6. It's about 35 euros here. So that's roughly, is it about $40? See what I mean? Yeah, But it's convenient that Microsoft have a bug, that's if it's not intentional, that they don't seem to be fixing. Now, the guy kind of let on to me that this was a rare thing, but when I went online, I seen it was 2,625 complaints about this exact same issue. Now that's just the guys that thought it was worth their while to leave a reply or a comment, So you can imagine it's in the tens of thousands. But it's convenient that this bug that they won't acknowledge is forcing people who have discs to buy another version of the game downloaded. And this money, instead of going to BGS, which it did in the past, will now go directly to Microsoft. Convenient, isn't it? No, not rare in the least. But this is corporate for you guys. Me too, and I'm sick of it. I'm absolutely sick of being taken advantage of. It's not funny anymore. When I buy this stupid game again, this will be my fourth time to buy it. Microsoft again, ruining my accounts, locking me out. Putting in the correct password, telling me it's not my password, contacting them, waiting 30 days, then telling me I can reset my password. I reset my password and I still can't get in. And then, let's say they won't answer you when you get back on support then, and you're pretty much left in the wind. You've got to start a new account over again, rebuy all your games again, and still, how many times is enough to buy a game? It's really shady, it's really iffy, and it's deplorable, I wouldn't go as far as piracy, I'd be stooping to their level. But to be honest, with the kind of messing I've had with games and from Microsoft, I wouldn't condone it. I definitely wouldn't condone it. But I can understand people thinking they're justified, Yeah, I can understand it. Not that I would do it myself. Yeah, but kind of technically then you're stooping to their level. I think it's best in a situation like that, Kazoo, even though you are definitely getting the worst end of the deal, is to take the high road and something like that. Sony is probably just as bad, yeah. But it's a combination of Microsoft's incompetency, and Microsoft has got so big now that they haven't got a clue, where all of the parts are not kind of coming together. There's stuff being done that they don't know or don't even want to know. But it all goes back into the big corporate machine. And any mistakes are made, coincidentally enough, will earn them more revenue, which doesn't make it much of a coincidence. Now, if it was a bug or a problem that was literally costing them a little bit of money or time, you could say, well, yeah, it's something that they don't realize and they will get to it. But strange enough, everything they seem to ignore maximizes their profit. You know? Oh yeah, it's across the board. Yes, that's happened to me twice. So that's buying all my games twice. Then buying them because they're not backward compatible. Then buying them because the discs don't work and now you need digital. Enough is enough, guys. There needs to be some regulation. This is tantamount to fraud, to be honest. But again, it's not about the money. I've had good enjoyment from the games and it's worth it. But we did do a contract, we did a deal. I bought the game, I paid them their money, 3 times on some occasions for games. 3 times. And the contract was that I could play that game as long as they had the servers up. So they keep changing the goalpost every time. And they're not fulfilling their side of the contract. Although it's done in a way that, it's plausible, kind of plausible deniability. But it is crooked. Yeah, it is. They're all about contracts if you break them. But they don't seem to have any problem breaking their own contracts. But if you break a contract, it's a big thing. It's like that old saying, rules for thee but not for me. Yeah, which we need to buy a cup of coffee account. I can play even the worst game longer than I can drink the cup of coffee. I suppose that's one way of looking at it, yeah. But let's say one person fighting against what they're doing it's a waste of time. But still you can't help by, giving into this kind of stuff that you're enabling this kind of behavior, But what can you do? And I know this. But now, gaming has become such a big part of, most people's lives. And they have keyed into this, and they're making tons and tons of money. And that's their right to, But I think they're pushing the line too far, It is, yeah. Yeah. I remember when it wasn't. It was about surviving, getting by, and creating art. Now it's about churning out rubbish as cheaply as you can, firing talented artists and writers, and because you don't have any immediate work when you could be starting another game that you're like 10 years behind on, and then doing a rush to bring out some rubbish video game and bringing in, kind of inexperienced mercenaries. And I use the word mercenaries because they're just there for that one contract They don't really care where it's going because they don't have a future at that company. So, they'll obviously put in as little work as possible for as much pay as they can, and then get out and get to the next job if they're lucky enough to get one. Yeah, it's madness, Yeah, yeah, there are, and that's despicable. There's a lot of talent lost. If you have a guy at your company for 5 years, and he's starting to get into the ropes, and knowing how everything goes, and you've got a nice little team working, and then let's say you want to cut costs because you want to look good for stockholders to raise your stock price, a bit, because you've just made record profit this year. But wouldn't it be nice to make it look a little bit better so you get a bigger, fatter bonus? So you sack all of your talented crew. You keep a skeleton crew. You grind them, let's say, under toxic conditions to do as much work as possible for as little as possible. Then you're under pressure when your deadline is up. You start hiring in these guys, let's say, that are starting from scratch. And your game and long-term your company is suffering. So they're pretty short-sighted. If they've got talented staff and maybe work might be a bit light, most companies are years behind on other projects. There's no law that said, you can't do more than one game at a time. Because the money's there, It will eventually. I can see it in the future. I don't think I'll be alive to see it. But in the next, if gaming still stays as successful, but it is due a crash, Roadrunner. I don't know what's going to set that one off. There was one in the 80s, so it'll probably happen again. But within the next, well, it depends on technology, but probably within the next 4 to 5 decades, yeah, AI will do a lot in games. But from a business perspective, it makes sense to cut out humans. Put this kind of thing in, and maximize your profits. Your speed, and spend as little as possible. But the same can be said for Hollywood movies. I've seen some great work with AI, where, a guy can get up on stage and they can, kind of do that. There's some scams being done with it. The Elon Musk scams, But eventually, yeah, there'll be big Hollywood actors that don't even exist. They'll just be, AI. AI made games. Text. So yeah, it's coming, but it is inevitable, that AI will take over gaming, because, it's all about money, and I can even see it coming to movies. That sales assets for video games is pretty neat. Nice. Okay, where are we going? Oh. Yeah, did we save? Yeah, okay. We'll hit this guy down here. Yeah, I think that is the way of the future. It's the logical way to go. It might not be the worst thing in the world, But again, I think to cut the human element out from something, I think it's a mistake. It's a mistake. Well, definitely, the lack of jobs and that kind of personal touch, I think, But yeah, they're using AI now, let's say, in games already, that chat GPT or something, or whatever it's called, for certain NPCs, for conversations, that are kind of unique, I would say, Sure, you can post any link you want, Gazoo. No problem. For $10 or so. So they make money. Get the oh, I see. Like that guy who did some settlements, selling that expansion mod on the Creation Club. King Gat, is it? Giving 75% on the revenue to Todd and his crew. Then taking 25. I wouldn't even think he'd get the 25. They would obviously, be taking 75, and then they would trump up some kind of overhead costs as well. Twitch would do that as well. Oh, that's quite expensive, 100, isn't it? Oh, hi, Dungeon Master, and thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. And welcome, raiders. And how have you been? Well, I hope. You found it, really, looking for the mods for Fallout on or Dog, for instance, for your game. Sounds cool, yeah. You buy the dog, put it in your game. All legal. Oh, yeah, I imagine it would be, because, say what you want, I suppose, about BGS. They were pretty welcoming towards free mods. But then it served a purpose, and this is me being cynical again. It did save their company as far as I'm concerned. Again, a matter of perspective. But now I think they're starting to become a little bit more hostile to these guys who I think they owe a lot to. But, time will tell. But it makes sense now to discourage people putting mods on BGS games for free when BGS are now selling mods. So, the competition they wouldn't like, imagine, again, a subjective opinion, free mods that are better than paid mods. So why would you buy inferior mods to pay? But then if there was only just the paid mods, pretty much have it back. But I think the uproar and the backlash from that would destroy the company. So they've got to be careful. This is again me, just being cynical. But I imagine if they could kick them out without any repercussions, they'd do it. Yeah. Oh, I'll never forget horse armor. I never received one, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did. On the Xbox, you see, if they get it on PC, we get it here in Europe anyway. And I'd say if you get it in the US on PC, we can get it anywhere from 2 to 4 days after. So it's possible. But I haven't received one yet. Where are we going down here? No, I haven't received one yet. Oh, crumbs. This is a bad spawn, it's just a bunch of gazelle. Hey! We need to hide anyway. I don't feel too bad about this because they'll respawn within 90 seconds. We always get it late here. I always do anyway. People come on to me and they say in the US, did you get that update for Xbox? And I say no. What update? And then maybe 2 days later, I'll eventually get the update. I suppose it depends. Some people might get it immediately and some might have to wait. Maybe I'm just unlucky. But from my experience, and I can only tell you about my experience, I always seem to get it about 2 to 4 days after it's released. But as I said, that might not be the case for everyone, but definitely for me. Price of 250 exclusive have been overpriced. Yeah, it was trivial and it was overpriced. Yeah, $2.50 was, I was like, what, 2006 with inflation we have now? Like that's like $10 now, isn't it? At least, But I would like to say that was the start of it. But I think the nail in the coffin was Fortnite. That was the nail in the coffin. You know, people tripping over themselves to give hundreds and hundreds of dollars for useless skins for weapons on a game where you're dancing around in a pink uniform trying to shoot another guy. Once games companies seen how vulnerable and how easy people are to con with that, everyone jumped on the bandwagon. That started a frenzy that I don't think gaming will ever recover from. Yeah. Folks buy ringtones for their phones. Yeah. I remember that phase. That was mostly in the 90s, wasn't it? Now, stuff like that is pretty much free, isn't it? Yeah, pretty much free. Okay, I've nearly done 5 hours. I'll stay a little bit. Strangely enough, I was really tired about an hour ago, but since we started this conversation, it's kind of woken me up a bit. So, I'll stay for a little bit longer. But what I've been trying to do is get more rest and sleep lately. Especially because of the weather, it's really interrupted my sleep cycle, and that was, you know, precious little, you know. Okay, well, let's do a bit of selling before. Did we even pick up anything? Probably. Very, very important. You can do without adequate sleep for a long, long time. And this I've learned personally, Roadrunner. But when you haven't had a decent sleep in a decade, yeah, it has a lot of knock-on effects. You are way more susceptible to bugs and viruses. Your immune system is greatly compromised, I think. And yeah, it has some. You'll adapt to anything, but over that kind of period of time. But for me, it's mostly pain. But for me, again, I suppose it's personal choice. You know, even if it has shortened my lifespan, and even if, you know, I'm not getting enough sleep, I think the price was worth paying. Let's say, not to be in a kind of drugged state, you know, to kill the pain. Now, if there was some kind of something I could take that wouldn't have a narcotic effect, yeah, sure, I'd kill this pain. But I've seen the damage that long-term use of painkillers can do, and the price is too high. It will permanently change your personality. It literally rewires the connections in your brain. I've seen some really nice people go down a pretty dark path because of it. For you to sleep. Yeah, it's always a personal choice, really. I remember one guy, and this sticks out in my mind a lot. Great guy. Got an injury, and, you know, no fault of his own. You know, his addiction to painkillers was not his fault. You know, he had some pain. Doctor prescribed him some painkillers. You know, nobody ever looks into the long-term ramifications of something like that. Before he knew it, you know, he was wanting more and more and more. You know, the classic, I can stop when I want to, and it's not a problem. His personality changed, and he was getting very paranoid. You know, eventually, his family intervened, and eventually, yeah, they did get him off that, but now he's a completely different person. He was loving, caring, happy kind of guy. Now he's kind of sullen and moody and paranoid, very paranoid. You know, doesn't like socializing. Totally the opposite of what he was. Very angry all the time. And the most disturbing part is he how can I put this? He's very, very jealous of his wife, and no need to be. Checking her phone for messages, very paranoid. Thinking that maybe she's having an affair, which is not. They had such a really good life going and a kind of happy situation, and it just changed him so much. But it's not just that. It's not just that one insulated incident. I've seen this over and over again. And again, absolutely not her fault. They didn't know what they were getting into. But I think when your GP subscribes you a medication, you should explain the risks. You should say, okay, you're taking this. Studies show that within 3 weeks you'll be addicted. And this is, the road you're going down. More emphasis should be put on, well, especially in research, for non-addictive substances, for want of a better name, There was a lot of promising stuff, but went nowhere. Probably covered. They were doing some tests on that poison from a pufferfish was supposed to be unbelievable. But that kind of faded away. But that's neither here nor there. When I don't get my sleep. I'm not grumpy or anything, but what it tends to do to me is I lose concentration, and like that thing, when I couldn't remember names, until I kind of wake up again. But yeah, I think it's still better than the painkiller route. Depends on the painkiller as well, depends on your pain. You see, mine is spinal, so your average stuff wouldn't work on me. So it would have to be some, heavy duty stuff. And I did probe into it when they wanted me to take painkillers, and they reluctantly told me what I'd be taking, and I said no, thank you, I'm fine. But they said, well, how are you going to manage the pain? I said, look, I'll stick it for as long as I can, and if I can't, we'll talk again. So he said, fair enough. And that was it. That was almost 10 years ago. But I'm still here, I know, it's terrible, isn't it? Yeah. Absolutely terrible. Especially migraines. Yeah.
Just here to pick up some supplies, boss.
Supplies of all kind for your journeys across the
Sure.
But I don't dwell on it too much. The way I look at it, Roadrunner, is I'm still here. I'm still alive, and that's the main thing. Everything else is a bonus every day I get.
That. It's not fun unless you're up close and personal.
Got plenty of supplies for you, boss.
It's nice when the spirit covers some things that would be covered only by working and paycheck, right? Well, here, it's pretty good. If you have a disability, most things are free. Especially medication
You look like you've got a
and
lot on your
hospital
mind.
visits, surgery. All of that is free. Depending, obviously, if you're making big money, and even at that, there's a cap on it. Yeah, like when I kind of fainted and keeled over with that suspected heart attack, I was collected by an ambulance. They brought me out in a stretcher. I seen 4 specialists. I had tons of tons of tests. I was in ICU for about a week, and 0. It cost me 0, not a penny. You see, here we pay tax, and it's less tax and more of a kind of a savings fund. So when we get old, we can access this. The system can be abused. Let's say if you didn't put as much in as you're getting out. But then again, you might have had some hard circumstances, and we don't mind that, Let's say, taking care of others that were not as fortunate. But for the little abuse that's done, and it is little, the benefits outweigh that, you know. So stuff like, if you'd also get free travel here if you've got a disability, Roadrunner, trains and buses, trams, stuff like that, not taxi cabs, anywhere in the country, all free, And there's other things. We have a system here where we've got to pay a TV license fee, but again, that's free, with disabilities and for people of a certain age. Rush to hospital. Oh my. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope everything was okay. Absolutely scary, yeah. For the USA, it's the corporations, Kazoo. It really is. They want to make as much money as possible. I hear some poor guys, and they've got kids with medical problems, and they're paying $400 or $500 a month for medical insurance, and then their kids go in, something happens, and even their medical insurance won't cover them. It only covers certain aspects. They've got to take out another medical insurance to pay for the other thing that the stuff is missing, and even then it's costing them more money. They're working every hour God can send, and you've got corporations making trillions and billions. It's a system I don't like, I think corporations should pay as much tax as an average working man. And I think taxes paid in should mostly go to the benefit of its citizens, That's what I think should happen. But it's not an ideal world. Oh, decent joke, Jimmy. And how are you? They could find a reason why. Oh my. Oh, chest pains are very strange. Roadrunner. Let's say the most serious could be a heart problem, but it could also be a kind of gastric problem, which is very, very treatable. The problem with gastric problems and chest pains and heart problems, they show the same symptoms. Every time I was taken in for chest pains, they would kind of, check for that, But they're so similar, but they've got to be careful. Yes, if you own a TV here, you see there's a national broadcasting system. And this was set up like back in the 30s or 40s. But it's the very same Dungeon Master in the UK. If you own a TV, you're subject to a license fee every year, about a couple of $100. And for this, you get free TV programming, that kind of stuff. Yeah. But this is pretty common in most European countries. I myself don't believe in it. I think you should not have to pay for something you didn't ask for. But the problem is, with these TV stations, they're subsidized mostly by the government, and it's a conflict of interest, in my opinion, which makes them very biased and makes them very friendly towards government. And I think it's wrong, and a lot of people are thinking that way as well. I do understand it's part of our culture and this, and it does promote a lot of Irish language programs, as well. But I think they're very wasteful, and they're very corrupt, and they're very biased. And it would definitely shut down if it was an option to pay. But the same law isn't that you gotta pay. It's just RTE, Radio Television Sharing. They pretty much run the monopoly on things. But this is pretty common in Europe. That's horrible. That is absolutely horrible. But this is why, let's say, we don't mind paying a little bit more tax than the US. Because it's basically just like a retirement fund in a sense. It helps us and it helps people less fortunate. we do reap the benefits when we get older, you know. But it's pretty much like this across all Europe. Ireland is not by far the best social for this, let's say, you know. And social, I think, outside of Europe has a kind of misconstrued image of being, you know, kind of freeloading people, you know, using up other people's money who refuse to work, and it's not really like that. Of course, you can point out to some people that would take advantage of a system, but they're usually pretty much shut down quickly. But the benefits definitely, you know, outweigh the problems. Yeah, yeah. Well, with your condition, your TV would be free, your license, your phone would be free, not your calls, but your phone, and your rental on your phone would be free, and they would also give you X amount of money to pay your bills towards it, and that's common, and that's for every citizen of a certain age or of a certain medical condition. Of course, that with a kind of weekly pension, and that would free travel, and in some circumstances, if you need new stuff for your house or repair work done, it would cover that in certain circumstances. If you needed special adaptations to your house, like a stair lift or let's say a special bathroom, they would usually pay about 80 to 90% of the cost of that as well. So there is benefits to it. You know, I've heard of those guys. Yeah, yeah. I heard that company is a monster, and they're pretty toxic. I have watched some documentaries on Comcast. Yeah. Yes, here is the same Gazoo. Would be in Gaelic. Yeah, that would be in Gaelic. It's pretty much the same here. The 51st date, yeah? Yeah. To Mexico. Yeah. I'd imagine the weather there is awesome. But yeah, if you want to know more about it, you know, kind of, you can check out online the certain rights and stuff that citizens have here in most countries in Europe. I think France and the likes of Norway and would lead the way, you know. But things are getting pretty strange here, you know. We've been dealing with a lot of, how can I say this? A lot of new arrivals, and the system has been pretty strained lately, you know. And it's not the new arrivals' fault. It's the government, because the infrastructure is not kind of you know, ready for such a massive influx. And yeah, lots of things have been strained here. I'd imagine so. You know, from what I've seen from media and, you know, whatever the case may be, I would imagine it could be pretty, you know, difficult. The same could be said for, you know, I suppose, the reputation of South American countries, the drug cartels, the corruption. You'll get a certain amount of them everywhere, but in certain countries, let's say, they pretty much run the show. So, no, I wouldn't be really interested in, although pretty beautiful, and not the fault of the citizens, just a minority of criminals that are pretty much running the show. Hmm. It's cheaper for them on cruise ships. Well, that sounds kind of cool. Nice.
Let's see what you have.
Right away, boss.
Oh, sorry, we just got that way. We just see if we have anything to sell. I think we cleaned out these guys, didn't we?
So, what do you need?
Yeah, yeah. There's one guy comes on from Liverpool. Very nice guy. Well, it's not the same, but he works on a ferry. Pretty decent job. Interesting. If I was young again, I wouldn't mind it. You know, you'd be always seeing something different. Ferry ship is not the same, but yeah, I think I could get used to that.
Something wrong?
Yeah.
Decided this over, boss?
Well, it always is in the hospitality sector. Yeah. Gazoo. It's pretty much the same everywhere. I think people that work in cleaning and cooking and serving are underpaid and taken advantage of. And this is across the board. I think that, let's say, you know, the people who run these businesses are cruel and greedy. And they remind me of slum landlords and, you know, unscrupulous people, you know, during the 17th, 18th century that would take advantage of situations. But again, I think the government is too weak to clamp down on this kind of exploitation. But it's always been regarded as a kind of a work experience, temporary kind of thing. And I think, unfortunately, this is why they're getting away with this kind of treatment. But it needs to change, you know. I do solemnly believe that, you know, if you work a full week, if you don't get enough money to pay your bills, a roof over your head, food for your mouth, no extras, you know, survival money. If you work a full week, if you can't make enough money, you know, to sustain yourself, or you've got to take more jobs, that business should not be allowed to operate. I know it doesn't sound logical, but it's wrong. It's wrong to underpay someone so much and take them for granted so much. How the system would work out, let's say, you know, is another thing. But yet these people make a lot of profit. So, there you go. Yeah, the unions not like they used to be. Roadrunner not here at least. I was in a union and it was rubbish. In one of the biggest unions here. The unions here, and I think across most of Europe, they're really company men. You know, they have a cozy relationship with, let's say, you know, people and companies that, you know, are that are supposed to be protecting you against. Like, take for instance, when I was a kid, when I was like in my very late teens, I was working in a huge factory. Now, I was hired as a temp, what they call a seasonal worker. When they got a busy spell, they would hire in some temporary guys for a few months, or maybe even 6 months, until the contract was fulfilled. Now, that was the contract, and it's pretty standard. So, as a temporary worker, a seasonal worker, you have no union rights. So that means if you get dismissed unfairly, there's zero you can do. It's at your employer's discretion. Now, I remember my first paycheck, and union dues were taken from my paycheck. And when I asked the guy, let's say, you know, that did the wages, oh, he said, yeah, your union dues are automatically taken from your wages by the company and paid to the union. But I said to him, I said, well, that's strange because I'm a seasonal temporary worker. I have no rights with the union. You know, the union can do zero for me. So why am I paying union fees when I'm not even eligible to join a union? And he just looked at me and he started laughing and he said, well, play the game, you know. So how could you trust a union that would do that? And how cozy was that relationship? you know, with employers, where employers thought it was worth their while to force people to pay a union. That's wrong, isn't it? Yes. No, I think what he really meant was to don't make any noise. You know, it was just a few bucks, but it was the principle. It was very little money. It was like $5 or $10. But he was saying, basically in a nice way, he was saying, if you pursue this, you know, you'll be you'll be getting unemployment benefit. You know, they'll push you out. No, I know it's not the point, but you know, when work was hard to come by, principle is a nice thing. It didn't cost much, but you know, it's still beside the point. Yeah, I know what you mean. But you know, in that situation, you know, well, what could you do? You complain, you can be legally pushed out and probably never hired again and blacklisted. And in a small town, that can be, you know, that can be life changing. You know, if you were the kind of person that would stay in that town, at least, you know, and at the very least, you know, that option would be taken away from you. Mm. No, he was just working there. Yeah, nothing got to do with him. I'm sure if he tried to do that, that you know he would be getting the sack just like me. But I kind of knew this guy, and this was a friendly conversation, Roadrunner, and he was kind of tipping me off in a nice way about this is how the system works. So you're either part of the system or outside it. Automatic, yeah, right from the payroll, even if you don't qualify to join that union, which I thought was horrible and definitely a scam. So why would a company be part of this scam? Why would a company make sure that a union, their opposition in a sense, would be getting the maximum amount of money from the workers? It's because they're cozy with each other. Scratch my back, scratch yours kind of thing. Of course. No, unions have no teeth anymore. And that was the biggest union in the country. That was the ITGWU, the Irish Trade Workers General Union. You know, there's about three of them, and that was the biggest one. So, there you go. Now, don't get me wrong, they can help a bit, you know, even if they have such a cozy relationship, but not as a temporary worker, you know. But they won't stretch your neck out too far, you know. But it's some kind of alliance, you know, between them and No audio. Oh, I'm sorry. Now, can you hear me now, guys? Let me check. I just plugged in my plug and play. That's stupid. This is another thing from Microsoft. Roadrunner. Their hardware is absolute junk. My battery was getting low. I pushed in the plug and play and it came back on and I cut my audio. This is a common thing. Not with the ordinary controllers, but the really expensive Elite controllers. You know, that's terrible. No, I was bantering away. My apologies for that, guys. It's a pity there's not a system on my screen where it can show me if it mutes out. My apologies. And thanks for letting me know, because I haven't a clue, let's say, when my audio goes. And it's common enough on Xbox. Another good reason why I want to you know, play on a different platform. Can't be any worse than Xbox. We'll have a quick look. Windows 11, and oh my god, well, I do have a double boot. Should go back to 10. So it's not working out well. But isn't that the usual thing with any upgrades from Microsoft? There's always a ton of teething problems. Yeah. This is what I can't understand about Microsoft. You know, they're huge into software, and you know, they're pretty dominant. Maybe that's their success is their weakness. They feel like, just like BGS, that, you know, they just got to make something that's barely workable, and yeah, well, we'll eventually get around to fixing it. But that kind of hubris, you know, usually ends in the downfall of a company. You know, somebody will come along that can do work just as good but are more reliable. Before you know it, Microsoft then will be, you know, looking for unemployment checks. Eventually, you know, every big company will fall. Oh, I see.
What was that? What the?
But I remember Blockbusters had that kind of take it or leave it attitude as well. They went under pretty quick. Okay, that's a waste of time. No legendaries. There we go from here. But I'll be going very shortly, guys. I've been almost 5.5 hours. I meant to stay home for 4, but we got into the conversation so much. Yeah, it totally woke me up.
General goods here. Come on over and pick up what you need.
You're joking me. There's still a Blockbuster store. Are you serious? I thought they were as extinct as the dinosaur. I think the last one closed here like, oh my god.
Don't worry about me. I'll stay in line.
Really?
I believe you guys got the power back
Oh
on.
my. They used to be pretty big here. They were all over the place. Yeah. Really? I thought they were all gone.
Need supply.
I thought they were as rare as a white rhino. More than, yeah, it was about 10 years ago they had some problems, wasn't it? Yeah, they moved out of here pretty quick. For one time, yeah. Yeah, they were pretty slow to change, you know, to this online thing. But they did have an opportunity to buy out Netflix for a song. You know, the Netflix practically approached them, you know, to sell, and they just thought it was a huge joke. How did that work out for them? Not too good. Yeah, yeah. Companies like that, you need to embrace change, and you need to be competitive. and not to kind of uh, to lie on your laurels, so to speak. You know, no, if you don't adapt and improve your quality on par at least with other people, no, you'll go under. This is what I can see happening eventually to the big companies. It's okay now because they're pretty much the only show in town, so to speak. But this makes them pretty lazy. Um, Eventually, someone will come along, with the right attitude and enough money and backing. Before you know it, then they're at the bottom of the food chain and they're gone. It's the way of things. Nothing lasts forever. Late fees, yeah? They were horrible for that. Yeah, finding you for not rewinding tapes. Extravision was their competitors here. I don't know if it was an Irish firm or, let's say another firm. They went under pretty quick as well. But I remember I used to go to Blockbusters in Limerick City a lot. Yeah, they were always pretty expensive. That's sorry, it wasn't Blockbusters. It was GameStop. Yeah, GameStop. None left here. They're all gone.
Guys,
Um, do you remember that fiasco Roadrunner with GameStop? Some suits from the stock market tried to short Blockbuster shares to make a killing. They were working for a hedge fund, but everyone on Reddit and some other social media platforms started to hear this, and they started to buy up the stock just to spite them. But the hedge firm lost, I mean, a boatload of money. I think hundreds of millions on it because they tried to short the shares, and that was nice. That was nice because, you got to put these people in their place, to try and benefit from someone's misery, But I was very, very pleased to hear that. Yeah, that was absolutely awesome. Yeah, that was awesome. It was nice to see those suits get their
with everything
comeuppance.
It's
here.
about time someone with...
But how many struggling companies have they destroyed? And I still can't understand why shorting shares is not illegal. I can't work it out. Because from what I know of doing that that share shorting is, right, you would have a ton of shares. You would dump all of your shares on the market, right? Getting the kind of cost price. And then you could buy them back for a song. But I heard, and I don't know how true this is, that you can actually rent the shares. Like, let's say you could buy let's say you want to buy 1,000,000 shares and they're $1 a piece. So if you want to buy them straight out, they're $1,000,000 obviously. But I think I heard someone say that you can kind of rent them for a short time. Let's say you give 50 grand and you can rent them for like a week or whatever. Then you dump all of those on the market, making a ton of money, driving the stock price down, and then buying them back for a song and returning the shares. This does not make sense to me, because the guy who rented you the shares, now his shares are worth absolutely dribble. Isn't that a kind of stupid system? I can't see a winner in this. Now, yeah, but that's shorting. Now, let's say you own the shares and you dumped them in the market and sold them all and destroyed the company, and then the shares were worth zero. Why would you want to buy the shares back at a low price? But I think that's how it works. But isn't it stupid for the guy renting out his shares? Okay, he made a soft 50 or 100 grand, but now his shares are toilet paper. How does this make sense? But this is my understanding of stock shorting. Other than the guy that's doing the shorting, You know, the company loses, obviously, that they destroyed, and the guy who rented the stocks, well, he's pretty much out on the street. So, how is this a thing? I must check it again later. I don't know how the American system works on that. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. There's no renting it. How does it work then? How do they actually make money from this? Because this has always confused me, Gazoo. So, what's the point in me having 1,000,000 shares, selling them for market price? Well, that's just getting out. So, why would I want to buy back the stocks? How does the system work? Ah, it's like credit. Well, it's yeah, I get what you're saying. So, right, with this kind of credit, let's say, would the credit be if I bought $1,000,000 in shares and there was 1,000,000 shares? Would I have to give back the $1,000,000 or the 1,000,000 shares? Would returning the shares be accepted instead of the cash that they were worth at the time I got them? Because if it's the latter, it's pretty much the same as renting it, isn't it? The broker benefits from short selling by charging you interest on the borrowed shares and collecting fees for sitting rate. Plus, they earn from the spread between the bid and the asking price. If you got a 100k portfolio, they will let you buy 250 at stock, but you still owe it. It does. It's still kind of confusing to me. Oh, I get where you're going. So, what they're doing is like what they did during the boom and the bust. They gave out loans that they knew couldn't be sustained. They made some quick-term profit, destroyed the companies, and then expected the state to stand in and cover the expenses, like they did here during the boom and bust. Speculation. Still alien to me, to be honest. Yeah. Can't see the benefit of it. Well, there is some people who get very rich, but most of the people will be destroyed. And anyone that would participate in that circle are taking a big risk. Oh yes, so you pay for the infrastructure and then rent it from them. Cool. Nice work if you can get it.
Bring around this show.
But I remember a local guy, and he had some land, Roadrunner, and he wanted to build a house. And then they told him he didn't have permission from the local council. He had no permission to build a house. But they said, if you want to, sign the land over to us, you build a house there, and we will rent it to you. How's that? That's a little bit like speculation, isn't it? You own the land, you build a house, you give it to the government for free, and then the government will charge you rent to live in it. But if you want to build it yourself, for yourself, they won't give you permission. It's rare, but it happens. I've seen this happen in the UK. Probably, yeah. I think there would be a ton of insider information into that. You know, if a person had that, let's say, if he had that information in advance, say, knew somebody was going to dump it on the stock, yeah, he'd make a killing. I think you're right, Kazoo. I was trying to put my finger on where the real profit is, and I think that's the one. Really? Oh, that's terrible. Yeah. Ah, I see. Rules for D, but not for me. Yeah, yeah. That's a nice little, yeah. That kind of reminds me of that. That happens in the UK a lot. But that is such barefaced extortion. It's unbelievable
Don't
that
mess it up.
Just here to pick up some...
people in government are allowed to do such things. Really, really barefaced and shameful. Imagine that. Okay, if a certain zone of land, let's say it's not zoned for, private building, yeah, fair enough. But for somebody, some official to tell you if you give them that piece of land, if you build a house on that piece of land and give it to them, they will zone it and then rent that property to you. I think that's horrible, to be honest, and that's an insult to someone's intelligence. Yeah. Oh, that's a terrible system, Gazoo. That needs to be dealt with. Absolutely. That is enabling a massive amount of corruption. And pretty barefaced, if that's the case. Oh, you learn something new every day. Yeah, I was trying to put my finger on where the real profit was with that insider trading. But that's definitely enlightened me. I didn't think about the insider trading. With that kind of information, no matter what way it goes, if a stock goes really high or low, yeah, there's a killing to be made. Yeah. That's the missing link, I think. Oh, there is a few other guys that would make a few quid here and there, I suppose. I think that's where the real money lies. But isn't there a commission, let's say, for kind of suspect transactions? Sort of guys, let's say, that would kind of ask you to explain yourself if you had a kind of crystal ball moment to foretell the future and started, buying up or selling off an unusual amount of stocks. I suppose you could spread it around a few different people. Might not be as noticeable. And it's not inside trading. It's still a risk. Oh, so it's not considered to be... I see. I see. They got it on a technicality. Yeah. Still shady. So only if you're guaranteed to make profit. What a strange rule. So it's not the crime, it's the risk involved from benefit. That's like saying if you rob a bank and if there's money in the safe, it's illegal. But if you rob that bank and you mistime it and there's no money in that safe, it's perfectly legal. Kind of comes across like that, doesn't it? Or is that me just being sarcastic, probably? It kind of comes across like that. Kind of comes across like that, doesn't it, Roadrunner? 23. No idea if it got past. You're Canadian. Ah, I see. Yeah, it's the only way to stay sane, isn't it, Roadrunner? A kind of defense mechanism. Ah, here we go. Yeah, I know there was a bit of save scumming, but we'll put it down to legal. We're not really benefiting from it. On the contrary. Ah, guys, come on. They shouldn't have seen me. Let's see why you had anyway. That's why I had the save. Ooh, I need that. Look at this. Oh, I really desperately need one of those. They've been the rarest finds. Those super sledges are like hen's teeth. Ah, you idiot, Croc. Okay,
Time to get messy.
I have to live with that one. I pushed the wrong button on the stupid Xbox. I'll have to probably disappear for a few days. Those guys are going to be really upset. I'm not losing that sledge.
Watch out!
I meant to reload and accidentally saved. It is like people say, there is a middle class here. There is no... I've heard people talk about that. The middle class has been eroded. You know, having less and less, and it's more like, you know, bottom and well, I won't say bottom, but it's, yeah, the kind of in-betweeners have been pushed out. Yeah, that's horrible. There's still a lot of middle class here, and in the UK. But if the UK keeps going the way it is, it's going to be pretty much the same. Stock Act enacted the company and the sort of training to stop trade within 45 days. Despite this, numerous members of Congress have violated the act and got away with it, citing such as clerical errors. And I didn't know I was breaking the law. Oh, I love that one. That's my favourite. Minimum fines. 200 quid. Nice. Oh, yeah, that's horrible. The Marius license something is, yeah, losing value. My God. But I was reading up, and this actually happened quite a while. So this rot has been kind of stirring for a long time in the UK. But I think it was going back as far as 2008. Some kid, I think he was 15 in the UK, on the internet, he said that Scientology was a cult. And the police came around to his house and arrested him. How is that right, guys? I know free speech is a big thing in the US. Here we don't have the same kind of laws, but that's ridiculous. That instance that I just said. We have a thing called freedom of expression. Wouldn't be as broad-reaching as free speech, but pretty similar. You know, we are allowed to insult, but we're not allowed, you know, incitement to violence. But it's been getting eroded slowly in the UK. Now, the scary thing here is, you know, pretty much whatever happens in the UK will get here pretty quickly. You know, we tend to follow suit a lot, especially government. Couldn't live in it. I was going to say it would be far too much trouble, even in Mexico, really. There's 4,000 arrests a year in the UK from social media. Yes, that's just the tip of the iceberg. I think in the first half of the year there was over 2,600 arrests, I think, in 9 months or something. And in the same period of time in Russia, there was like just a couple of hundred. Something off there, isn't there? You see, the new act fighting hour that they put in, it's too vague. It's too vague. It's like, you know, you can't say something that would offend someone. Now, obviously, no matter what you say, it's going to offend someone somewhere, you know. So, I don't know why they're running with this, to be honest. But I could say I don't like a government official, you know, or I don't like a government policy. And of course, the government would be offended, and then I would be arrested. You see where this is going? I know I'm exaggerating it a bit, but you see the slippery slope we're going down here. Where you're literally gagged. I think they're getting the citizens to kind of find it out, to get used to this kind of thing. So I think when the government move in and put some real heavy restrictions in, it won't be such a shock. Yeah, well, maybe just me again being paranoid. I told him to get it yourself. Yeah, you would be in jail if you went to another country acting like this. It's not that bad. But yeah, most people will be okay. Got started. Hubbard, that's right. Yep, that's the guy. Yeah. Paid by the word. That's why he did 10-book series. Battlefield and took... Yeah. He's on a good thing, isn't he? He would start a religion. But I think when Scientology really took off is when he started hooking in the Hollywood stars, getting the publicity. They've got a pretty serious legal crew if they can get the UK government to arrest a 15-year-old boy for calling them a cult. Yeah. More of an incitement. Yeah. We've seen examples already, really. And hi, Wolf. Yeah. It's still not too bad here, Wolf. But I do worry. Because we tend to, well, not me or the public, the government tends to adapt a lot of stuff, let's say, from our neighbour. Yeah, I just got into a conversation so much and was enjoying it so much. I've kind of woken up a bit, Oh, the whole cult thing it's terrible. It's basically usually one guy taking advantage of vulnerable people. I think it's despicable, Lots of things are considered. Yeah, again, it's down to perspective, I suppose. But some are really obvious, If you're in a group, let's say, that are pretty toxic and controlling, and want to control your life, yeah, I would consider that a cult. When people can get prison time for sharing a video on social media, it's bad. I think it is. I suppose there would be an exception if the video was asking people to commit crimes. Maybe. Depending. But out from that, yeah. If it's insulting, no. I believe that here in the West, that it is your right to insult something, if you wish. I think so. Wouldn't do it personally myself, but because if you think about it, some of your belief system will insult someone somewhere, so that's unavoidable, And I think trying to get us all on the same page, it's not good. Of Scientology in Dublin. Oh. They struggle to gain members. I think we're well aware of a BS as a nation. Really, I didn't know that. Good luck in Dublin. Yeah, good luck in Dublin. But doesn't Scientology have a system where the more money you pay, the higher you climb the ranks? That's like a pay to win, isn't it? That would make a pretty good online game, wouldn't it? EA could be involved in that one. Except when, yeah, pretty much the same everywhere else. Yeah, the famous one would have been that the Kool-Aid thing with that Jones guy. Remember that? And then that Waco, wasn't it? That would have been another one. Those ones would have really well. The Jones guy would have been the 70s. Yeah, level up, level up. You're now level 2. Next level, 100 grand. I think I'll start my own religion, guys. I'll need somebody to design the emojis for that one. Yeah, they're pretty famous. Yeah, or infamous, I should say. Well, the UK wants to have people in the USA arrested and sent to UK. The Musk thing, yeah. I've heard that one, yeah. Yeah, I think that was certain people in government, Phoenix, kind of baying to the woke crowds. Yeah, but for most UK people, and here in Ireland, that's laughable. We know it's just preening and posturing, looking for votes. You know, um, you know, has absolutely no weight, even with current law. I don't know how they would think that that would gain any kind of traction at all, even in the current law situation, which is quite crazy in the UK. But I think it was just done for propaganda. You see, the Conservatives now are going out of power quick. They have, and this is not me speaking, this is, probably the majority of the public in the UK have been saying they've literally destroyed the country in the 2 terms they've had. So now they're desperate, and they're kind of grabbing at straws. And anyway, they wouldn't have to deal with any backlash because they're going out pretty soon. So I think they're just trying to find a posture, but it's laughable, But yeah, everything that Musk did was absolutely covered by US law. There was something that was a little bit shady. If you kind of boil down the legal of it, but it would be almost impossible to create a case from, and that would have been the kind of fighting words law, wouldn't it? Yeah. I've watched some barristers talk about it and kind of break it down, and they were in contact with some legal experts from the US. I had some pretty decent debates about that. It was pretty interesting for me, and kind of fascinating to see the kind of differences in the law, but not that much. Was sitting in prison. Oh, he got out of prison and moved to Canada so fast. Major head spin, yeah. Yeah. Well, they're just trying to hang on to their positions, I don't believe the vast majority of them actually believe even what they say. Just desperate, corrupt people. The situation, and I don't think it's dramatic as it seems. The problem with social media and people having their say in that, but the vast majority of people don't talk this way. I don't think this way or don't believe these things. But the minorities that are getting all of the media attention will paint a very dim picture of how things are. I think it will eventually settle. It's just a phase. Well, at least I'm hoping. And that's what keeps me going. As for the government preening and posturing, those guys are going out. They're going out really quick. And I think they're trying to gain a few brownie points with certain members of the public, kind of thing. Um, then you've got some personalities chipping in. Most of them are making sense. The likes of Stephen Fry, Rowan Atkinson, that kind of stuff, which I totally agree with, by the way. But I think it's just a phase. Yeah. I've kind of seen, well, not to this extent, but I've kind of seen similar things again. But social media has really blew this thing up, It would always, make it seem and get more people involved, Must be worn on your head at all times while watching Croc stream. Yeah, or the old tinfoil hat. Would also do. Oh, is this the guy Chicken Chong from the comedy movies? Oh. A balanced Conservative Party is essential. It's meant to balance the left. But these posh kids like to win, so they tip the system. Politics shouldn't be a win or lose thing. 100% agree. It's meant to develop the social... Yes, it's about caring for your country and your community. And the people who basically hired you. But yeah, it's a win at all costs. But remember, with each successive generation, they're prone to the kind of culture and the kind of stuff that's going on. So you're not dealing with the politicians of old, They would have different life experiences and different things that would be acceptable and a different way of thinking, So, kids growing up in this atmosphere now will probably adapt some kind of strange views on the world, from what they've learned from the experiences going on now. And remember, these kids will be in the future leading countries. So everything has a consequence, I suppose. I know I'm making it sound maybe dramatic, but everything has a knock-on effect. Yeah. Oh, hi, Fat Cat. No, we were pretty tame, weren't we, in comparison, Roadrunner? Oh, nice. Yeah, I remember those guys. And maybe I'm kind of analysing it too much, but we are a product of our surroundings to a great degree. A product of our experiences.
No one's gonna know if you just run.
Oh, maybe if I kill all these guys. Okay. Oh, I'm going to see in a minute anyway. But I might have to wait 2 days for these guys to cool down. But maybe if I kill all the witnesses, it'll make my life here a lot easier. I accidentally saved the game when I took that thing. Well, we'll see. My own settlement. As long as they don't attack me in my own settlement, I'm good. We'll kill everyone.
I love it when they struggle.
Hey now. We used to be friends.
We lost one.
Until you went all woke on me. There we go. That should do it, guys. I think we're good. Now I'll do another save here, and I want to be careful. Because I don't want to lose that sledge. They're extremely rare, and I need a few. I remember watching him as a young man, but wouldn't exactly be my kind of thing. No. Term limits, age limits, etc. is what every country needs. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. I don't see any harm in that, and it would protect us to a certain extent, I suppose. There's nothing worse than a person getting into a job that he cannot be removed from. It makes them um, pretty, pretty, pretty arrogant. Really? Oh, that's cool, Roadrunner. The only movie I can remember from those guys was Still Smoking. That's the only name that comes to mind. It had a house in it, an animal in it. Ah, that's the only one I can remember. They did a few movies, but I've done 6 hours and I can't believe I have. I only meant to do 4, but I'm absolutely wrecked. But I will think I will leave it here, guys. I will be back tomorrow. Unfortunately, we can't start Fallout 3 because Microsoft is trying to scam me. And they're trying to make me a salesman for the company as well, apparently. So, we will most definitely be starting that DLC, I'd say. That I've never played it. I've never even switched it on. But I bought it in a download, so it should work. It's the Ragnarok. It's like a mini game, really. It's pretty big DLC. So that should do us for a good while. I want to get all my achievements in that one anyway and get it over with. I also have a DLC for Greedfall, but we'll consider that. We still have Skyrim and we still have The Witcher playthrough we didn't fully finish. We might revisit those. But I might have to relent and I will have to buy Fallout 3 again. It's a horrible feeling. But we'll see. I'll shop around and see if it's somewhere else. I don't feel like giving them, so much money for something I already own. Yeah. But that's a pity. I was looking forward to starting it today. Well, we will be starting something new Tuesday. Then we'll come up though. Oh, I see. Oh, my pleasure, Roadrunner. And thanks for being here. I appreciate it. But my eyes are starting to close now. I'm very tired. So, I will leave it here, guys. And as I said, I will be, streaming. What day is it today, anyway? Let me see. Okay, it's Saturday morning for me. So, I will be streaming tomorrow at the same time. Yeah. And then Tuesday again. And Tuesday, that's when we'll start something new. I'll be grinding on this because I'm still finding it interesting for some reason. Yeah, as I said, I'm crazy. Can't help it. Yeah, but we'll have to figure out some new games. But I don't see any future on Xbox. The games are really bad. The ones I like, I've played and then played and played and played and played. But we still have Valheim, guys, with a new update. That was interesting. Might try a bit of that. We'll kill some time with that. I'll look for some new games, and if I get lucky and come across something decent on the PC, I was hoping to have one up and running for Christmas. We'll see what way it goes. But I don't want to rush into it. I want to get a good deal. We'll see how it goes. Oh, the Valheim. I'll definitely check that out. And thank you again, Gazoo. So, goodbye, Gazoo, Phoenix, Suburban Werewolf, Igma, and Young. Have a good one, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Also, Roadrunner, Hufflepuff, Terry, Tigger, if you're watching. Have a wonderful day, ladies. And thanks for hanging out. But yeah, I enjoyed our conversation. Sorry, I'm streaming. I'll be with you in a moment. Also, Fat Cat, thanks for stopping by. And of course, Will. Take care, Will. Thanks for being here. I think we mentioned Gazoo. We did. Roadrunner. And of course, Fighting Air. Have a good one, Fighting Air. And yeah, I think we mentioned Suburban Werewolf. Stay safe, Wolf. And of course, Dungeon Master, isn't it? Thanks again for that raid. I appreciate that. I think that's it, guys. I think O'Keefe might have been on. If you were O'Keefe, Thanks for being here. Yes, it was Dungeon Master. Perfect. Well, that's everyone I can see. I might have missed you, and if I have, my apologies to anyone I might have missed. So, yeah. Streaming tomorrow. We'll endure a bit more of this. And I will definitely start that Ragnarok DLC Tuesday. We still have the partial playthroughs we didn't finish on those 2 other games, and I will... Yeah, it's not every game I like. There's the update we never did on Valheim. Yeah, that's a new area, that will be interesting. Yeah, we'll get some time out of it. But I need a new library, and the games I don't like on Xbox. There's a ton of ones I like on Steam. Yeah, I'll sort something out. Wrong channel, shout out, sorry. No problem. Tech Rebellion. I know that name from somewhere. Yeah, there's no problem. You can do any shout out you like to. Yep, doesn't bother me. Right, okay. Right, just bear with me for a bit, guys, and we will do this raid. I will probably immediately go to sleep, but I think my doggos need to go outside because, yeah, they're pretty much gas packs now. Yeah. Okay, let's see you streaming. I hope you all have a wonderful weekend, guys. Right, let's see who's out there.